extensive wounds. He would have facial lacerations, bruises and contusions, etc. But coroner never said any of that. They're being very cautious about the cause of death right now. That concerns me. Now here's the map of Brooklyn where this happened in. So this is the Brooklyn Mirage Hall where he was at. This is Newton Creek right here. This is a segment called English Kills. It was found in a segment of the water right here. NYPD Patrol Harbor Division picked up the body, turned it over to the coroner. Okay. Even if they're waiting for a chemical analysis on the body, should have been found by now. Should have been back. Nothing. And nothing maybe because there's a new twist in this case. Here's the twist. A man named John Castick, 27 years old, went missing on July 29th of this year. Yeah. So Carl disappeared June 11th. Carl disappears July 29th. John had an apartment on the Lower East Side.
His own lane in the combat sports world, and somehow he's made it work beyond anyone's for both teams here, all or nothing. And Jimmy Glenn.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the American Airlines Center here in Dallas, Texas, Most Valuable Promotions and Real Fight Inc. in association with Holden Boxing present the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by Better. Fantasy just got better. Play better picks and you can win up to 100 times your money. And by Fansly. Fansly.com/and all Diaz for exclusive content from tonight's event. And Celsius. Live Fit. Essential Energy. Well, fans, tonight's action is brought to you and under the auspices of the Texas Department of Life.
I need to get closer.
Licensing and regulation. The chairman is Rick Figueroa, executive running us around the world. The wait is over. It's ready for war. Live from Dallas, Texas. From Nevada, Chris Migliori, and from Oklahoma, David Sutherland. Introducing our third man of the ring, the referee in charge of the action, Marlo Carlos. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening, the bout you found, a sports renowned content creator, the popular social media superstar, introducing the world. The wait is over. It's ready for war. Live from Dallas, Texas, it's go time! Introducing to you first on my left, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with white trim, the international superstar fighting out of Dorado, Puerto Rico, by way of Cleveland, Ohio. He weighed in at the cruiserweight limit at 185 pounds, a Sports Illustrated breakout boxer of the year. His professional record stands at 6 wins, 1 loss, with 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the serial risk taker, the renowned content creator, the popular social on my right, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with white trim, proudly representing his hometown of Stockton, California.
Check yourself a lot of times. Mr. Diaz. Mr. Paul. Let's go to battle. Touchdowns.
Whoa, Nelly. Wow. Jake Paul has become an MMA killer. Ben Askren, Tyron Woodley twice, Anderson Silva. Does he add the biggest name to his resume tonight, or will this gangster from Top Stockton send the problem child back to YouTube where he says he belongs? Here we go, 10 rounds, MMA versus boxing live from Dallas. I wonder how long this feeling out process is going to last. Jake Paul on the outside right now, just testing the defenses and reactions of Nate Diaz. Their body shot early.
I like the bouncing, I like the rhythm, the movement of Jake Paul right now. He's settling in, and Nate just trying to, wait, bait, all the good stuff. Wait, bait, Nate.
I like it.
I told you, Jake Paul, hands will be up. He'd be throwing straight punches. There they are.
Hey, Nate Diaz looks like the bigger guy in there. He does, taller and longer. But Jake Paul looks like he's in fantastic condition.
I was going to say, Jake looks like the thicker guy. Usually at that
Jake Paul looking for a first round knockout. Oh! Big shots from Jake Paul. Nate Diaz is scrambling, trying to keep his defense tight. We know how much damage Nate Diaz can take, but boxing is a different game, Dan. He's on his toes, but he took another big body shot. This is looking really good for Jake Paul right now. He's got to stay calm, though. Another big shot, another big right hand to the chin. Nate's looking wobbly here.
Finally, the tie-up.
Wow.
Finally, the tie-up. You're right, Ty. This is a different game. The tie-up has to come a little quicker than that because those big punches from the outside, those are the ones that hurt you.
Nate's really hurt. He's still not clear right now.
He's got to use a jab. This movement is good, but you got to use a jab right now. You're keeping the guy off of you, but you're not infected.
He looks very slow and very labored. He needs to slow this fight down. Already redness over the right eye of Nate Diaz.
Jabs and feints. I don't know if he's been taught it, but jabs and feints. That's what Nate needs.
Shoulder uppercut on the inside for Nate. Some pawing shots from Diaz, not a lot behind those. Nice step to the outside for Jake Paul there, cutting the angle. First round's already almost over.
He's got to turn those punches over. He's got to turn those punches over. Wow.
What a round for Jake.
Okay, listen to me, man. When you're standing there playing like you don't want to do nothing, you got to be set. Be set, move, and duck. He's throwing that right hand a lot. So you got to duck underneath and body shots, okay? Pump that jab and flip over to the right. Hit that body right here, pump the head and duck. He's always hooking. You're too relaxed in that first round. Then come too close.
Mansley is excited to announce Grammy-nominated artist Saweetie, there she is, has exclusively joined the Mansley platform. Dive into her snapshots from tonight's fight and exclusive BTS music content at Mansley.com/Saweetie and Mansley.com/Paul Diaz.
Got the replay here. This hook, that hook right there, the temple. That's what set everything up. Why the temple? Because he's had a lot of wars. That's where he soft at, the temple. This is
The guillotine attempt here.
That's what I like from Nate, though. Go right at Jake.
Right, exactly.
Go right at him.
Close him down, crowd him, smother him. Kick to the body there from Jake Paul. Nate's got to settle in. Jake Paul's looking good at the moment. Yeah, treats him well. Jake seems to be staying within himself. He's not overexerting.
And look at those body shots he's sneaking in. You know, it's like he knows that, hey, I'm not gonna get him with this body shot now, but it's gonna serve his purpose near round 8, round 9.
Still waiting for Nate to land a punch of consequence. Jake looking very comfortable in there. Oh, and again.
I tell you what I see, or what I know about Nate. Nothing from the outside. He doesn't know how to put a jab together. Doesn't know how to put a 1-2 together. So this is gonna be a hard night for him, unless he can get close and do this. But everything's a slap. He's got to turn those punches on him.
Now Nate trying to impose his will on the inside. gym when he was 15. He said, no one could outlast me in the gym. I'd outlast all the boxers.
Safe to say he wants this to go 9-10 rounds. Is that a close round?
I think that was a close round, you know.
I think it was a close round.
I still think Jake Paul may have took it, though, with the quality shots.
Good spring.
I've just not seen Nate hurt him
You
yet.
overworking yourself. Because what he's doing is, he just sitting there, waiting on you to throw all these punches. Touching, move around. Feint, touching, move around. Stab that fight with the jab, and move around, right? Then when you start touching up and down, and start setting right hands up. Have your right hand, Jake. Look, his hand coming up here. Touch him here and there. And start shooting.
The VIP section brought to you by Celsius Live Fit. Round 3 scheduled for 10. So kind of a wake-up round there for Diaz. But Sean, when you have a fighter like Diaz who puts his hands up by his ears and bull rushes you like that, what's the move for a fighter?
See what he just did right there? Jake took a couple steps back. He dropped down and threw an uppercut. Good move right there. I like to see him take steps back and throw his punches while he's stepping. But we'll see if he can do something like that. That's advanced work right there.
Good uppercut on the inside for Paul.
And good advice from the corner team of Jake Paul as well, telling him to move, telling him to try and create space. They can tell the game plan of Nate Diaz is to try and wear on him at close range.
And I'm a big fan of feints. They said use some feints and set up that right hand. We all know he can whack with that right hand. A lot of people here are waiting on it now.
Jake landed that big left hook to the left eye of Nate in round 1. But since then, Diaz has handled himself pretty well.
Stop. Lower the punch. Take a step back. Jake, go in the hole. Here we go. It's box.
And Nate Diaz.
Oh, big left hook there for Jake. Another one. That's been his money punch.
Good shot left there from Nate Diaz and a nice shot uppercut on the inside as well. It just seems to me like Jake has got the power to hurt Nate, but Nate has not hurt Jake at all yet.
Yeah. You know, it's all about your delivery. And right now we can see that Jake is delivering. Everything's coming off the shoulders. He's turning the hooks really short. While on the other side of that, Nate Diaz, a lot of his punches are coming from the elbows, and they're not turning over. There's more of a slap.
The crispness of Jake Paul's boxing is making Nate look more sloppy than he needs to.
Sure.
Oh, and again.
There you go.
Beautiful right hand, and I like the variety as well of the right hand. I think investing in the body would be smart again.
Sure.
You can
Get back to that body.
You can never tell how Diaz really feels in there because he has such awkward body language.
Yeah, it's like you don't know if he's hurt, he's sliding on his feet, whatever the case may be, but then he's just standing there, he's ready to go.
Big body shot right on the belt line.
Oh, ran onto an uppercut again. A nice hook from Jake Paul there. Diaz is having a good time now. He likes this kind of fight.
You got 1-2, and I want to know from you, putting on that bigger glove, do you think Nate Diaz has taken the size of the glove, like, hey, these punches aren't going to hurt?
I think he is, yeah, and I think he's feeling more confident that he can cover himself with the gloves as well. But to me, Jake Paul is punching hard enough to go through those gloves and still rock him.
Don't throw this one so wide. He's coming back with his right hand real short. Don't throw it way out there. You gotta start throwing down the middle. Move to the right and duck and get in and start bouncing around. You're walking like this forward and he's throwing. Don't let him do that, Nathan. You let him walk forward. You're just walking forward and he's throwing.
Right here, we got this uppercut coming from Jake Paul right there. Nice clean uppercut right through the gloves of Nate Diaz. Nice little slip right there. Counter now you got to set it up, you know? Maybe this is foreign territory for Jake Paul. The right hand's going to land, but it's not the money punch tonight. Are you able to really turn over that hook now and make that the punch to get it done?
You can see the sweat flying off both of these guys.
Don't come over here with that. Please.
Your suit's too nice, dude.
Yeah, man.
See, Nate's clouding a little bit, but I think he's still hurt here. I don't think his head's fully clear. He's pressuring because he has to. He doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, so we saw that in the last fight. Heather
Today, we're going to be talking about aliens and everyone's favorite ranch, and not the Ram Ranch. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to the Lore Lodge. A few years ago, during the pandemic, Skinwalker Ranch became very, very popular, as in, it was all over the internet for a while there. In fact, the popularity of TV shows and movies like Hunt for the Skinwalker and The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch are kind of what created the atmosphere that allowed us to launch this channel in the first place, because for those of you who might not have been around since the very beginning, my very first viral TikTok video was about skinwalkers. Now, the ranch itself has some pretty interesting stories, even without the skinwalker issue, but the history and the cultural aspects are also important to the mythos surrounding this property. Historically, this area in northeastern Utah was shared, contested, and just generally split between the Ute and the Navajo peoples, both Native Americans, but from different Native American groups. Despite the fact that these two tribal nations lived essentially right next to each other, they come from entirely different stock. The Ute speak a Uto-Aztecan language and originated somewhere in the southwestern or western United States, whereas the Navajo actually speak a Na-Dene language and are from very, very far to the north. While linguistics and ethnicity are not inextricably linked, you do often see a language follow an ethnic group, and then eventually it might diffuse through programs like colonialism, empire, and other such. But in this case, we're talking about something that you can kind of think of as similar to the difference between the Anglo-Saxons and the Celts in Britain. Two different groups, both European, but different languages living in the same area, and of course there was going to be conflict. We don't know particularly the exact location from which the Navajo emerged, but there is a possibility that a group of people who are said to have disappeared, called the Naha, who of course are from Nahanni River Valley, that they might be the ancestors of the Navajo. Now, etymologically, Navajo and Naha are not linked. The Navajo referred to themselves as a Dene people. But there was a Dene-speaking group from Nahanni River Valley that sometime in the distant past, according to legend, disappeared essentially overnight. Now, in order to disappear, they would have to leave. Around 1300 or 1400 AD, the Navajo and the Apache, or at least their ancestors, show up in the southwestern United States in the Four Corners region. And we know this from the Pueblo people who say that they weren't there the whole time, because the Pueblo were there the whole time. Initially, having made a very long march down from northern Canada, the Navajo lived as raiders and traders, as well as some subsistence agriculture. Their trading nature brought them into contact with a lot of tribes, but their raiding nature brought them into conflict with a lot of tribes. However, by the 1800s, they were a generally settled agriculturalist people. They actually learned a considerable amount of their agricultural techniques from the Pueblo people, because of course any agriculture that worked in northern Canada was probably not going to work in Utah. Despite learning a lot from the Pueblo, however, the Navajo maintained kind of an adversarial relationship and often did run raids against the Pueblo. The Pueblo actually ended up changing around some of their religious festivals to avoid Navajo raiding season, so contentious to say the least. Problems for the Navajo between themselves and the other tribes were typically of a small nature. You didn't see a ton of massive wars, not a ton of huge territorial displacement, and on a few occasions, the Navajo sided with the Ute, their neighbors, against the encroaching United States. In 1860, however, the Navajo found themselves on the wrong end of the war with the United States, with the Ute actually siding with the Americans. Now, why particularly they did this is unclear, but it may have seemed to them that they could spare themselves some of the treatment that they had seen of those who resisted further east by siding against the Navajo. Of course, it didn't really work out for either tribe. The Navajo lost that war, which resulted in their own version of the Trail of Tears on a much smaller scale, known as the Long Walk, where they were forced to walk over 300 miles to a completely different location that was not equipped for their needs. There were 9,000 people sent along on the trip. They didn't have enough food, they didn't have enough water. When they got there, they didn't have enough supplies or tools to make shelters. A lot of people died, there was a lot of sickness. Very, very bad time. Eventually, several years later, those who survived the Long Walk and their imprisonment in a different location ended up going back to their homeland, which at this point was significantly reduced to what is now just the Navajo Nation. The Ute did come out of this on top for the time, getting a ton of land in northeastern Utah that previously they had to share or compete with the Navajo for. The Navajo ended up primarily to the south. And if legend is to be believed, the Navajo did not take kindly to this. They didn't want the Ute to be able to use that land that they had essentially stolen from the Navajo people. people. And again, this is according to legend, and I'm not even saying it's necessarily according to Navajo legend, but there is a story that the Navajo cursed the land to be the path of the skinwalker, so that the Ute would have to be looking over their shoulders at all times as a whole bunch of skinwalkers hunted all of their people. Now, where this originated is unclear to me. I can't find an original version of the story on the internet. It could very well have been made up as part of the local area's mythos, but again, I'm not sure. But again, according to the story, the skinwalkers hang out in a location called Dark Canyon, which is not too far from Ballard, Utah, and the nearby Skinwalker Ranch. In general, they are haunting, or said to haunt, the entire Uintah Basin. And you might be wondering, what's in the Uintah Basin? Obviously, Skinwalker Ranch. But before we get into the details of the ranch, it's probably important to talk about what skinwalkers actually are, because there is a good chance that you came and sat down to this video, especially if you're new to our channel, with kind of a misconception about this topic. So skinwalkers, which is something that I've been generally familiar with since the early 2010s due to various paranormal boards, Reddit, 4chan, iFunny, things like that, those went viral again in 2020-2021. They made it out of the creepypasta community and onto TikTok, and that just blew the gates wide open. Everyone's dog was a skinwalker, skinwalkers were hunting you in your suburban development, the Amazon delivery driver was a skinwalker, and unfortunately, most people, including myself at the time, had the entire concept of skinwalkers completely incorrect. Skinwalkers are not inhuman monsters capable of transforming into any given form they choose. They cannot transform into your Amazon delivery driver, they're not going to transform into your dog, that's just not the way it works, and as far as location, chances are you're not encountering something that is part of specifically Navajo folklore outside of the Four Corners region, especially because it's a closed practice held within the Navajo culture, so you're not going to find people who aren't Navajo being skinwalkers. And of Navajo people you meet, even the ones that would be skinwalkers wouldn't want to tell you that, and those who know skinwalkers also wouldn't want to tell you that because it's taboo. They're also often mixed up with the Wendigo, the Fleshgate, the Rake, the Goat Man, and generally any shape-shifting creatures, especially those that the internet got a hold of. Those would be things like the Rake, the Goat Man, and the Fleshgate, which we've talked about all three of those actually on this channel if you want to go check out those videos. But those aren't skinwalkers. They do take some little bits and pieces from skinwalkers, like mimicry and such, but in general, not quite the same thing. In Navajo lore, what they actually are is medicine men who practice bad medicine. In kind of the Western canon of understanding and folklore, you would think about this as kind of dark magic, bad magic, witches. And witches specifically in the, like, evil witches sense. We're not talking about kind of the, like, we're not talking about Wiccans here, that's a different kind of thing. This is specifically witches who practice bad magic, magic that hurts people. Thing is, what exactly they're capable of is kind of hard to figure out. The Navajo consider this a closed practice. Some will be willing to talk to you about it, others will be very closed off. I've had conversations with probably half a dozen different Navajo individuals who have given me generally the same story, but on occasion there are contradictions between one another. So what I'll be doing here is presenting you kind of a range of options that I've been told by Navajo individuals can apply to the skinwalker, but they might not necessarily be universal to the lore. It might vary from tribe to tribe within the Navajo Nation. I'm not sure if I've used quite the right terminology there, but I think you get what I'm saying. One example of this variance is that some people I've talked to have the story that skinwalkers can transform into, they physically transform into an animal. So, and it's a super animal. So they're going to become a large wolf with red glowing eyes and black fur that can run at 70 miles per hour and knock on your window while you're driving down the highway. In other cases, it's more of a spiritual transformation, kind of like what you'd see with Viking berserkers. Skinwalkers would be a similar thing. And that idea of spiritual shape-shifting is not specific only to the Navajo, which is why I'm inclined to believe that that is probably the more accurate interpretation, but again, I'm not positive. So in theory, the latter sort, those who transform in spirit, would appear, they would put on pelts, and they might even have a hodgepodge of different animals as camouflage. So the idea would be that A, you would be spiritually taking on the form of that animal, so you might get some of its instincts, its powers, and on the other hand, you would be wearing their pelts as camouflage, which might help you in battle, it might help you with hunting, stalking, something like that. And some versions are kind of a middle ground where there's small transformations. Somebody might grow fangs and claws, have sort of, a wolf pelt on their back. again, it varies. Astral projection is also mentioned in some cases, the idea that you can have your soul leave your body and roam around the world, as well as the belief that they can travel through the astral plane, either bringing their physical presence along with them, or just to go and spy on people. And that's one of those ones that I saw a few times, heard a few times, but was not universal. And then there's another issue with skinwalkers that comes up a lot of the time: cannibalism. And from what I can tell, cannibalism is absolutely not a requirement of the process of becoming a skinwalker. It seems that this may have developed from people mixing up the Wendigo with the skinwalker. The Wendigo, of course, is all about cannibalism. That's the whole point of Wendigos, is in order to be one, you must commit an act of cannibalism, and you don't want to become a Wendigo. Skinwalker is a deliberate choice. But so far as I can tell, when it comes to the process of if somebody chooses, I want to take the risk that I will be ostracized or even killed by my community in order to gain these powers, there are a number of ways to do that I've come across. There does appear to be a certain community aspect, and a skinwalker must be taught and initiated by another skinwalker. Another facet is that a violent crime must be committed against somebody who is important to you. Basically, you have to commit an act of severe betrayal. This often could be killing a family member or a close friend, and I think this is maybe where cannibalism worked its way in, because that would do it. Would probably be over the top even, but it would do it. It also seems likely that there is some sort of use of psychedelics, some spiritual journey involved where you're supposed to go and investigate your inner self and possibly meet with higher entities and go on something of a spiritual journey. So again, not surprising, this is something we've seen all over the world, is that people who are doing shamanistic rituals, and that's what these would be, is these are shamans to an extent. What we see around the world is that, yeah, a lot of the time they use psychedelics to communicate with the spiritual world. And before the CIA got tired of using psychedelics and decided nobody else was going to be allowed to do it, their use in medicine was also pretty widespread. Like, seriously, the CIA was like, what if we used psychedelics to convince Charles Manson to commit murder, and then told everybody else it's dangerous?
Remember, kids, the next time that somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, oh yes they would.
And as far as doing the actual transformation goes, the skinwalker has to kill, skin, and then wear the pelt of an animal. Once all of that is done, supposedly, the skinwalker can transform at will, possibly needing the actual pelt to do so, which again, very interesting because this ties into a lot of werewolf legends from Europe. And again, I'm hearing this specifically from the Navajo side. So it's kind of cool to see the ways that, interestingly, the Navajo and certain things like werewolves in Europe, originally werewolves, if you read some of the older werewolf stories, it's not that they were transforming because of the full moon. They transform by putting on some sort of garment or by taking off garments. Disclaveret, for example, does involve the moon, but also in order to get out of werewolf form, he has to put his clothes back on. The Lay of Melion, which might be the inspiration for Bisclaveret, that one has a similar issue at hand. I think it's a belt that he takes on and off. And then, of course, we need to talk about motivation, and the primary motivator for skinwalkers seems to be personal power, ambition, wealth, things like that. And it's a balancing act, because these people who are seeking to accumulate earthly wealth and power through the manipulation of sort of spiritual world ideas, they have to keep the means by which they're doing this secret, all while exercising the benefits in public. This is kind of reflected in the fact that skinwalkers cannot be open about their identity as skinwalkers for fear that they will be killed or ostracized by their community. Because you have to remember, even if the skinwalker has done nothing wrong since becoming a skinwalker, in order to get to that point, they had to commit a horrible crime. So every skinwalker is, by definition, a murderer. A less common but equally relevant factor in this could also be revenge. Somebody might be wronged by somebody more powerful than them, and becoming a skinwalker is a way to level the playing field so that they can get revenge. But worry not, because as powerful as they are supposed to be, these guys do have weaknesses. Those weaknesses are very specific, but they are there. While a shaman, a medicine man, somebody like that would have more tools available to them, the average person, should you be concerned that you are in fact being hunted by a skinwalker, should know that there are some ways to ward them off. For example, burning sage, cedar wood, things like that. Very heavily scented things that skinwalkers don't like. Additionally, there is also white ash, and that is not the white ash tree. That is white ashes from a fire, and what you do is you coat either a blade or a bullet, whatever weapon you're going to be using, with those ashes, and it seems that that somehow breaks the sort of magical force field that these guys are supposed to have. But you do have to get it in the head or the heart, because otherwise it can survive. These guys can survive dismemberment. So, you may be asking, these skinwalkers have a whole ranch? Sort of. Skinwalker Ranch is something of a misnomer, though skinwalker sightings have definitely been reported there. The history of the ranch property goes back to 1905, but the history of the current homestead that is there dates back to 1934, when it was built by Ken and Edith Mott. It is located southeast of the town of Roosevelt, and just on the border with the Uintah-Ule Reservation, and that of course makes this territory. And the Ute are the people who are supposed to be first with skinwalkers, so that makes sense. The Myers family owned the property until 1994, and as far as I can tell, they never reported anything odd. In fact, the last person to own the property on the Myers side said that nothing strange ever happened there in interviews later on. There are suggestions that the neighbors said weird things happened, but a lot of it is hearsay. In fact, I didn't find any hard evidence, no police reports, no photographic evidence, no videos, not even somebody going to the newspaper. In 1994, it was sold to Terry and Glenn Sherman, and that is when the weird stuff began. And, of course, in this case, we're talking about some very weird stuff, because this is Utah, and there's already weird stuff going on. What do I mean by that? Well, an NIH paper from 1985 suggests a strong temporal correlation between the numbers of reports of UFOs and nearby seismic activity for the year 1967, which A, suggests that UFO sightings were extremely frequent in the year 1967, as well as the fact that there were enough UFO sightings that the National Institute of Health decided to look into it. Now, that said, Hill Air Force Base is just 125 miles by air from Skinwalker Ranch, and Area 51 is just 380 air miles from Skinwalker Ranch. Both of these have been used to test experimental aircraft. And that has actually been the explanation given for a lot of UFO sightings all over the American Southwest is, oh, sorry, our bad, that was the B-17, it won't happen again. And when you look at a lot of what's reported, well, we talk about stationary aircraft in the sky, but then suddenly move in a different direction. That could be explained by vertical takeoff and landing technology. There's a number of other possibilities, and I am sure there is stuff the government had that they are not telling us about. A lot of people pointed to the strange shape of the aircraft that they were seeing. For example, some were round, but of course we have had round experimental aircraft. For example, the Vought V-173 flying pancake. Other UFO sightings have been described as triangular, which, of course, as we know, there were a whole bunch of flying wings being tested. The two that are most famous being the B-2 and the B-117. Some people reported cigar-shaped aircraft, and there have been a number of cigar-shaped planes, as well as basically any missile. And in some cases, they describe very large globular objects, either stationary or slowly moving through the sky, which, of course, sounds a lot like Zeppelin. My point here is not to say aliens can't possibly exist, but that if you're looking at reports of strange aircraft, right where they test all the strange looking aircraft, there's a good chance you're seeing strange aircraft, but they aren't necessarily from them. Terry and Glenn Sherman, however, ran into something entirely different when they bought the ranch in 1994 and proceeded to move their 2 children as well as a bunch of livestock on it. Their first day there, the Shermans reported seeing a very large wolf or coyote stalk its way up to a cattle pen, reach through the bars with its mouth, and grab the calf. And it was trying to drag the calf out of the pen, but of course the bars were getting in the way. Terry and his father ran over and started beating at the wolf with shovels. It still wouldn't let go, and eventually Terry took out a .357 Magnum and just shot the wolf at point blank. And according to Terry, it didn't bother the wolf at all. So he shot the wolf again with the .357 Magnum, and the wolf calmly walked away.
You ought to see me with the .357 Magnum. I'm awesome.
And, you know, you might be thinking, it's possible a wild animal took 2 shots from a revolver and walked away. But the weird part is, according to Terry Sherman, the wolf didn't appear injured at all. There was no sign of blood, it wasn't limping, it didn't yelp, it just kind of looked at him, looked offended, walked off, and then they stalked it for a little while, only to find that the tracks just stopped suddenly as it approached the tree line, as if it just disappeared. That bit right there sounds a lot like a skinwalker, because what are we dealing with here? It is a odd-shaped or overly large predatory animal. It is impervious to weapons, normal weapons. It suddenly stopped leaving coyote tracks, and you might think about it, you know, if they were looking for coyote or wolf tracks, and those transitioned into being human not even cross their minds. Also, there's the whole astral plane issue. And to be clear, they said it was either a wolf or a coyote. It looks like a wolf or coyote. It's unclear which one it was, but if the story is true, it was probably not. Another similar sighting happened to Gwen Sherman, who was in her car when she saw a large wolf, and when we're talking large wolf, she said that its shoulders reached the top of her window, just standing next to the car. So we're clear about that. The average gray wolf stands about 30 inches tall at the shoulder, and the average sedan is about 5 feet tall. So this wolf would have been about twice the size of a normal gray wolf. Additionally, there have only been 15 to 20 wolf sightings in Utah since 1995. Wolves do not exist in Utah, at least not as a permanent population. To clarify, what that means is that there is no consistent wolf pack living in Utah. There are some that range in from neighboring states, but there's not one that seems to make Utah's permanent or primary. Alongside that, she also reported that there was a smaller, unidentifiable canine that was with her. Another sighting of this sort involved another canine attacking a horse this time. It was described as low to the ground, weighing about 200 pounds, with red curly hair and a bushy tail. According to Terry, it simply vanished as he approached, and when he went to look at the horse, it had several claws. Then, correlating with some UFO sightings, they had 7 different cows vanish, and 4 just were never seen again, while 3 were found, but they were found partially mutilated. One had a hole bored through its left eye, one had a hole in its left eye, and a 6-inch wide, 1-inch deep hole bored through its rectum.
Rectum? Damn near killed it.
Did kill it. The weirdest one is the third one, which, according to Terry, his son had seen just 5 minutes before they found it dead, and that one had a 6-inch wide, 18-inch hole bored through its rectum and its thigh. None of the cows had any traces of bleeding, there was a chemical scent around all 3, and there were no signs of any predators around, no tracks whatsoever. Now, of course, cattle mutilations are one of those things that get reported every time there are UFO sightings. I'm not a big aliens person, to be honest, but, you know, I do recognize a pattern. As far as the cows that vanished, they rode their horses all over the place looking for these cows, trying to find them, and in one case, they found the tracks for the cow, and they just went on into a spot where there was a whole bunch of twigs arranged in a circle, the tops of the trees had been cut off, and the cow appeared to have just been lifted out of the snow. Its tracks just stopped. But not everything that the Shermans reported was terrible. A 1996 article in Salt Lake City's Deseret News details the reports of the Shermans, and according to that article, it is the first time they had ever spoken publicly about the events. They had a whole bunch of UFO sightings to report, and one of those sightings included a small, like aircraft with a white light, a 40-foot-long object, and a huge ship the size of several football fields. Anything but the metric system. They also reported an aircraft that launched a wavy red light beam blue, as well as airborne lights that emerged from orange circular portals in midair. 2 of the sightings were allegedly videotaped, but I can't find that footage anywhere, and I might know why that footage isn't publicly available, or we'll get to that later in the video. But the one that has me most intrigued about that isn't the alien spacecraft, because as we addressed, there is a very solid chance that all of that was experimental aircraft, or actually was weather balloons. I know weather balloons is a lame answer, but again, I'm working with what was verifiable information. The one that has me really intrigued is the floating white lights emerging from glowing orange portals. And before I get to that one, I do want to remind myself, before I forget about this, that there are other stories about there being deadbolts on all the doors when they got there, and sort of just weird precautions and security measures that have been taken around the homestead. But Garth Myers, the guy who they bought the ranch from in 1994, has said that there weren't deadbolts on all the doors, and he didn't have a bunch of these security measures in the house, and that the Shermans just seem to have made that up. You can't, it's impossible to say who's correct because nobody has that. As far as the floating lights, though, I'm intrigued. If they're not lying, that does not sound like any experimental technology that I can find on any public source. Now, I personally have long been of the belief that we are more likely to discover and encounter interdimensional beings than we are extraterrestrial beings, simply due to the vastness of space. But I'm open. I don't say no to anything without concrete proof. And part of the reason for that is that I am aware of what wormholes are, or at least I have a summary knowledge of how wormholes work. If aliens were to arrive, it seems likely that they would do so through a wormhole, because that would cut the amount of travel distance to a fraction of what it would be otherwise. Wormholes were first theorized in 1917, and in 1935, Einstein and Rosen theorized how this might actually be. Basically, they came up with the mathematical evidence that bridges through space-time will find. I am no physicist, so don't quote me, but from what I understand from reading science websites, is that a natural wormhole, one that forms in space of its own volition, likely would not be navigable simply because they're not stable. They are very likely to collapse, and therefore traveling through one would be extraordinarily dangerous. However, if you could create them, if you had a process to organize the necessary physical concepts to create a passage through space-time, then you might be able to know exactly how long you have to get through it, in which case a temporary functional wormhole could be generated. However, wormholes in space are one thing. Wormholes between points on Earth, that seems a little bit more complicated. I am not well versed enough in quantum physics to tell you if that's remotely possible. In fact, I'm not well versed enough in regular physics to even understand what I'm currently talking about. So I would recommend like going and checking out Kyle Hill's channel or something, because he seems to have a better handle on this. But my thinking was, I'm going to put on my how to create better weapons hat and ask the question, if we were trying to create wormholes to get around in space, might one step be to try and just to see if on Earth we can use wormholes to get from one point to another. Very difficult to test a wormhole in space, because you've got to open a very large, again, I don't know enough about what I'm talking about. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that my thought process was, maybe the government thought, hey, can we make wormholes on Earth? If so, that would make it very easy to invade places from places you wouldn't expect. So perhaps that they tried to create something like that and then shoved a drone through it. That was about the only thing I could think of. That's probably entirely impossible, but you know what? I don't know.
I'm just imagining the situation in which they may have even considered doing that, and that's like Oppenheimer on roids.
Yeah.
That's like, remember that one bit of that movie where it was like, there's a near zero chance that we could ignite the atmosphere and destroy the world?
This is a near zero chance of opening up a black hole on Earth.
Yeah. Like, I feel like that's even more concerning, but that's just me. I wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that opening up a miniature black hole on Earth for the purpose of sticking a Navy SEAL team where China doesn't want it is probably not the best course of action. But, I mean, this was 1994, and what else was the US government doing in 1994?
Gulf War?
Ruby Ridge, Waco were also around that same time. Another claim they made was in regards to mystery circles, as they called them. In this case, the most obvious ones were 3 8-foot in diameter circles that were triangularly arranged about 30 feet from one another. Additional circles were found that were perfectly round, 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep. Terry Sherman also claimed that at one point while he was out and about with the dogs, he heard voices, male voices, talking about 25 feet above him, that the dogs were absolutely frantic and that he could not for the life of him see where the voices were coming from. The Shermans were certain that their cattle mutilations and the UFO appearances were 100% correlated. Those were related. He didn't necessarily allege that the UFOs were doing the cattle mutilations, but these things were definitely happening at the same time. They are connected. I will say I am a bit skeptical of this one, because he claims that he wasn't the only one with cattle mutilations, that tons of other farmers were having them, and yet there were no police reports made. There was not a single one made during the period that the Shermans lived there, not from them, not from anybody else. And the reason I say that is that if you were to be making something, calling the cops about cattle mutilation would be a little difficult, because if the cattle mutilation didn't happen, the cops would know. Officials would have to look at the corpses, and then at that point it's, they're gonna know if the cattle mutilation happened the way you said it did, because the corpse will either have it or not have it. And it's on the record, and then it's no longer that you're telling a cool story in the media, it's that now you've got to prove it actually happened, and that could just be. I'm not saying that it's impossible that it happened, I'm just saying that I have yet to see any evidence that it did. One interesting detail to me was that Terry Sherman said most of the sightings happened when it was either stormy or overcast and during a new moon. So these would be times when the sky is at its darkest. He also claims that at one point he kind of accidentally communicated with one of the craft, which got low enough that he was able to wave his arms at it, and then it blinked its lights 3 times at him and disappeared. I will make a point here that one alleged event that Terry Sherman was out with, that the dogs ran off chasing some sort of orb of light into the woods, and they couldn't find them. He heard the dogs panicking and then go quiet, and the next morning they went outside, and all they could find of the dogs was some scorch marks with greasy lumps of flesh. That would have happened before the article was published, and yet it does not appear in the article, so I'm not entirely sure if that one was a later creation or not. It seems possible that that was added into the mythos. Now, a lot of sources do confirm that the Shermans did not seem excited about this. They weren't trying to monetize it. It may be that they were actually experiencing something strange because they were getting ready to sell the property. Maybe it was just that they didn't like living there and they wanted to talk it up in hopes that somebody with an interest in the paranormal would buy it off them. Or maybe they genuinely wanted to get out of there. It doesn't matter, all of their problems were solved because a guy named Robert Bigelow decided, after reading about this from George Knapp as well as possibly in Deseret News, that, oh, you know what, I'm going to buy that property because I am interested in UFOlogy. Thing is, Bigelow offered them $200,000 for the ranch under the condition that they sign an NDA, which may explain why none of the footage that they claim to have is available online. Bigelow made his money as a real estate investor, but his true passion was aerospace. He wanted to do space travel. That was his goal. He fully believed in aliens, and the thing is, much like me, he knew he was bad at math and decided to pursue money so he could hire the people that were good at math to find those things out for him. Additionally, Bigelow had founded the National Institute for Discovery Science in 1995, and this was a really solid chance to give his team something with a backstory, some concrete sightings, things like that, and see what they could come up with. Unfortunately, over the course of about 8 years, despite pouring money into this, having teams there full time, running all sorts of tests, Bigelow's team was unable to come up with any concrete evidence that anything strange was going on at the ranch. They were able to show some anomalies in certain readings, but nothing that was definitive. There were no verifiable sightings of UFOs, skinwalkers, any sort of other weirdness like the floating orbs. There were no recorded sounds of the alleged underground machinery. And as far as unusual readings went, there was nothing completely inexplicable or definitively unusual. Bigelow, who was not willing to let his project die, but also unwilling to continue funding it himself, decided to seek government help to take what he had, the findings he had collected, so he could go to the US government and say, hey, look, we think we're onto something. We need your resources. We don't have the security clearances we need. Can you guys help us? Maybe there are things that you know about that we don't. And shockingly, he did manage to get Republican Senator Ted Stevens and Democratic Senator Daniel Inouye to lobby the then majority leader Harry Reid to start a government-sponsored UFO hunt program at Skinwalker Ranch. So he did the impossible and got bipartisanship to happen, and he did it with aliens. Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid went on to initiate the Advanced Aviation Threat Identification Program, which was not classified, but it was also never publicized. So they started it and didn't tell anybody. They also didn't say nobody can know about this, but nobody knew about it because nobody was told about it. And I bring that up for a reason, which is that if you look back to the last decade or two, Congress and government in general has a habit, especially in the United States, of every time something important is going on that they don't want us paying attention to, trotting out aliens. Very recently, Congress held a completely uninteresting, unenlightening, and useless hearing on spacecraft, UFOs, all of that, in which they basically told us there was organic material on some stuff that fell out of the sky. And when they asked, were there pilots? They said it was non-human or non-terrestrial organics or biologics or something like that. Basically a bunch of word salad. If they had found non-human beings in aircraft, they would have said, we found pilots. They didn't say we found pilots. They found every way to be as vague as possible in a congressional hearing that was clearly intended to confirm or deny the existence of aliens. Now, what's going on right now? Both the major presidential candidates are facing legal trouble. So, of course, there's aliens again. I say that because in April of 2020, the Pentagon confirmed, some of that stuff that was released, those Navy UFO videos from 2017, yeah, those are real. Sorry, guys, we shouldn't have kept that secret. And what was going on in April of 2020? We were realizing that we didn't have a certain disease as under control as we thought we did. Another previous mention was in March of 2018 when Harry Reid was interviewed and said, oh yes, that whole alien thing from earlier in the decade, that was very real. I told you guys about the aliens. I told you so much about the aliens back then. And what was happening then? Well, Russia had just done a bit of a goofy move and gotten its diplomats expelled from over 20 countries. I'm not saying that aliens aren't real. I'm also not saying that the government is trying to hide stuff from you. I'm just saying that it's a little funny to me that every time there's an important political event that they don't want us thinking about, there's aliens again. And to be very clear, both the Republicans and the Democrats have done this on numerous occasions. This is not partisan. It's just the government being silly and goofy. And the reason I bring that up in the context of the Advanced Aviation Threat Identification Program is that that wasn't publicized, which means that that was not to cover for something else. That was not some sort of smokescreen, some red herring, so that the population wasn't thinking about something else that was going on, although it was started in 2007, but the lobbying started with, like, in 2005. This was not like they were trying to cover up the 2008 recession. This was something that was in the works, and they were doing for the sake of doing it, and they didn't publicize it. This does not scream distraction to me, like so many other sites do. They kept it quiet without keeping it secret, and a very real bipartisan alien hunting bill was voted. The program ran from 2007 to 2012. It spent about $22 million, and Senator Harry Reid has said that they shared about 80% of their findings publicly. And nobody listened. Eventually, the program was acknowledged by the government officially under the Trump administration in 2017. And yes, there were silly, goofy things in 2017 as well, like us launching missiles in Syria when we weren't supposed to be doing that. But if you thought it was already as weird as it could possibly get, I promise you it isn't. It seems that a major force behind a lot of this government acknowledgement of UFOs has been Tom DeLonge of Blink-182. How do I know that? It's not just To the Stars, his organization for that, or all of the songs he wrote about aliens or Angels and Airwaves. It's the fact that leaked emails between Tom DeLonge, the lead singer of Blink-182, and John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign manager, admit that if Clinton were to win the election, she would tell everybody about the aliens. Real email between two people who just should not cross paths about aliens. I don't think that the years 2016 through 2020 were real. I think we all experienced some sort of mass hallucination. In fact, no year since 2016 has felt real. We should have known something was off when we had Pokemon and Blink-182 in 2016.
Pokemon go to the polls.
When Harambe died, the timeline shifted in 2016.
Pokemon go to the polls.
When Harambe died, the timeline shifted. So we're in this very interesting spot where both political parties have used aliens as a smokescreen to cover for themselves, and both parties have also launched legitimate investigations into UFOs. So they're playing a weird game here where they're like, you know, oh, look at the UFOs. We're secretly researching the actual UFOs. I'm gonna preface what I'm about to say by saying it's one of the weirdest things I've ever written, but when Luis Elizondo, the AAITP director, resigned to go work for Tom DeLonge, he told my cousin, Secretary of Defense James Mattis, that there was compelling evidence that we may not be alone. So I want to again make something clear. The Advanced Aviation Threat Identification Program was a government program, which means Luis Elizondo was a government official who went to the Secretary of Defense to tell him there were probably aliens. In case anybody is going to say what several people have already said on past videos, no, I am not closely related to James Mattis. We share the same paternal ancestor 5 generations back. And no, I am not a CIA asset, and we are not controlled opposition. We do not make enough money to be controlled opposition. My integrity is worth more than your fiat currency, feds. As far as the ranch, however, goes, because that's what this video is actually about, well, that was sold to Adamantium Holdings, LLC, which is the most Hollywood name I've ever heard for anything, and I think that was back in 2016. At that point, it immediately underwent massive security upgrades, like the kind that it had never seen before. Additionally, that LLC's trademark applies to providing recreational facilities, as well as entertainment services, namely creation, development, production, and distribution of multimedia content, internet content, motion pictures, and television shows. So, Adamantium Holdings, which is run by Brandon Rudolph, they basically bought it to market, which is why there's so much security, which is why you're starting to see all of these Skinwalker Ranch TV shows and movies and people licensing stuff, and for me, this is frustrating because there is absolutely no way that I can trust a single thing that comes out of Skinwalker Ranch ever again, as long as it's privately owned by a corporation that is using it for providing recreational facilities and entertainment.
Humans are indeed a species afflicted by amnesia. As a consequence of this affliction, most people live their lives stuck in a loop of unawareness, programmed by society without ever becoming aware of the sensible side of the world and their true identity. But is that a life worth living? Some indulge in ignorance, falling into bliss, while others are brave enough to embrace the necessary suffering that comes together with the process of deconstructing what they think they know about this sensory, life. Deep inside them, if you listen close enough, you can hear the crackling of the sacred flame that burns in each one of us. The most holy and profound calling, beckoning us to a spiritual awakening. This calling or voice we define as consciousness or the inner self, and it's the reason why we, humans, are dualistic beings. We perceive the world as material, and if we were to trust our sensory abilities, we can claim that what we touch, see, and hear is the true and ultimate reality. But this material world might be nothing more than a world of forms, as Plato called it. So if all we have are collective truths, how can we be certain of what's real or not? The answer to these dilemmas of existence lies in climbing the steps of awareness, becoming ever more conscious of the truths our ancestors once knew. With each step we take, we see what we thought once to be real, being transmuted into a new perspective, which in turn unlocks new doors of perception. While this transmutation of perspectives, as Manly Palmer Hall called it, can happen naturally as a direct encounter with the Jungian self, for most people certain initiation rituals and teachings are required to awaken. Since times immemorial, various mystery schools have been formed to serve this specific purpose, and today we are taking a look at one of them. Their symbol is a rose on a cross, hence why they are known as the Rosicrucians. Welcome to Agrippa's Diary, the gathering place for mystical seekers. For those who did not see my previous video on Rosicrucianism, it's only fitting that we do a quick introduction. I advise you to watch that video first, as it goes more in-depth on the history of the Rosicrucians. You can do so by clicking on the card at the top right side of the screen. Also, the information presented in this video is mostly based on facts I'm writing. Since every Rosicrucian organization has its own fields of study and rituals, it's only fitting that we explore them one by one. There is tremendous value to be absorbed from all. With that being said, expect a video on the history of modern Rosicrucianism, the organizations that are still operating today, and their teachings soon. I know a lot of people from AMORC are watching my videos, so I bid you all welcome to the channel. It's an honor to have so many enlightened minds here, so I want to take the time to thank you for your engagement. Anyway, the Rosicrucian order traces its roots back to the early 17th century, although its spiritual teachings are timeless, drawing from ancient wisdom traditions. The order is said to have been founded by a mysterious figure known as Christian Rosenkreuz. Despite the many speculations surrounding this figure and the order itself, much of its history remains a mystery to the world at large. This is by design, as the Rosicrucian order is a mystery school, revealing its teachings only to those ready to receive them. The order is often associated with the symbol of the Rosy Cross, a cross with words in its center. This symbol represents the harmonious balance of ritual love, the dual pillars of Rosicrucian philosophy. The order's teachings have had a profound influence on Western esoteric tradition, contributing to areas such as alchemy, mysticism, and philosophy. The Rosicrucian order is not just a relic of the past. It continues to be a vibrant and living tradition, its teachings as relevant today as they were centuries ago for the seekers of gnosis. Initiation into the Rosicrucian order is not a matter of mere curiosity or ambition. It is a profound spiritual commitment that requires a certain level of spiritual unfoldment. But what does this mean? Spiritual unfoldment refers to the process of inner growth and awakening, the blossoming of the spiritual potential that lies within each one of us. It represents the journey of the soul toward greater wisdom, love, and understanding. The Rosicrucian order, like other mystery schools, recognizes that not everyone is at the same stage on this journey. Each soul is on its unique path, and the pace of spiritual unfoldment varies from person to person. Therefore, the Order opens its doors only to those who have reached a stage of spiritual development where they are ready to receive and comprehend its teachings. This does not mean that the Rosicrucian teachings are elitist or exclusive. On the contrary, they affirm the universal potential for spiritual growth within all of us. However, they also acknowledge that the deeper mysteries of life and being, which the Order imparts, can be understood and applied effectively only when the individual is spiritually prepared. So, how does one prepare for Rosicrucian initiation? First of all, the end goal is inner transformation. It involves cultivating virtues such as wisdom, passion, expanding one's consciousness, and developing the capacity to perceive and work with spiritual realities. Eligibility for Rosicrucian initiation is about the readiness of the soul. And the soul is ready when one is prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries of existence and take on the responsibilities that come with such knowledge. At its heart, the Order is composed of 12 masters gathered around a 13th, who is the invisible head. This configuration is not a mere coincidence or a random choice. It is a reflection of a cosmic principle that we see manifested in various forms throughout the universe. Consider, for instance, the solar system. We have the sun, a central star, around which revolve the planets. In astrology, we have the zodiac, a circle of 12 signs revolving around the Earth. In both cases, we see the principle of the one and the many, the center and the periphery, the visible and the invisible. This is the same principle that is embodied in the structure of the Rosicrucian Order. This cosmic relationship is not only about numbers or geometry. It is about the interplay of forces, the balance of energies, and the harmony of elements. It is about unity in diversity, the many becoming one and the one manifesting as many. It is about the dance of creation, where each part plays a unique role, yet all parts are interconnected and interdependent. In the Rosicrucian Order, this cosmic relationship is lived and experienced. The 12 members, each with their unique responsibilities, work together under the guidance of the invisible 13. They form a dynamic, living organism, a microcosm of the universe. Through their work, they channel spiritual forces, contributing to the evolution of humanity. Humans should not see themselves as isolated individuals, but as integral parts of the greater whole. This way, we learn to live in harmony with the cosmic law, to align ourselves with the rhythms of the universe, and to fulfill our unique role in the grand scheme of things. Just as the 12 members of the Order gather around the 13th, the 12 essential functions or faculties of the human being are centered around the 13th, the self, the indwelling spirit. The structure of the Order is dynamic, not static. While some confuse it with hierarchical organization, the Order acts in fact as a living organism. The members of the Order, visible and invisible, are continually engaged in spiritual work, both within the Order and in the world. Thus, the structure of the Rosicrucian Order is a manifestation of cosmic law and harmony. It serves as a model of how individuals can work together under the guidance of spiritual wisdom to achieve a common purpose, contributing to the greater good of all. Among the visible members of the Order, there are 7 brothers who at times go out into the world and perform whatever work may be necessary to advance the people among whom they serve. These brothers are like the rays of the sun, bringing light and warmth, wisdom and love to the world. They are the active, outgoing aspect of the Order, engaging with the world, serving humanity and contributing to the evolution of consciousness. In contrast, there are 5 members who are never seen outside the temple. They work with and teach those alone who have passed through certain stages of spiritual unfoldment and are able to visit the temple in their spiritual bodies. These members represent the inward, contemplative aspect of the Order. They are like the roots of a tree, hidden from sight, yet providing nourishment and stability. They delve deep into the mysteries of existence, cultivate spiritual wisdom, and share this wisdom with those who are ready to receive it. In essence, the diverse roles within the Rosicrucian Order serve a common purpose: the evolution of consciousness, the unfoldment of spiritual potential, and the realization of the self. Each role, whether visible or invisible, active or contemplative, is vital to the work of the Order and contributes to the grand symphony of the cosmos. Initiation is a term that is often misunderstood. It is associated with secret rituals, esoteric knowledge, and exclusive societies, which is understandable considering the etymology of the word. But in the context of Rosicrucianism, initiation has a deeper and more profound meaning. Remember, being a Rosicrucian is not about holding a title or a position. It is not about what one knows, but about what one is, about one's state of consciousness, one's way of being in the world. At its core, being a Rosicrucian requires one to embody the principles and values of the Order by living in harmony with the cosmic laws and serving the greater good of all. In this context, initiation is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. It is a process, a journey, not a destination. It is a path of continuous learning, growth, and transformation, a path that leads to the realization of the self, the awakening to our true nature, our divine essence. With that being said, the journey into the mysteries of the Rosicrucians begins with the first initiation. This is a significant milestone on the spiritual path, marking the transition from the outer world of appearances to the inner world of realities. But what does this initiation involve? It involves learning to visit the temple in one's spiritual body. This is not a physical journey, but a spiritual one. It is not about moving in space, but in consciousness. The first initiation is a profound experience that opens new horizons of perception and understanding. It is like opening a door to a new world, a world that has always been there, yet remained unseen until it was made conscious. This spiritual world is not separate from the physical world we know. It is its inner dimension, its spiritual counterpart. It is the world of causes, from which the physical world of effects emerges. The ability to visit the temple in one's spiritual body is not a supernatural power or a special privilege. It is a natural capacity of the human being, a capacity that lies dormant in most of us, waiting to be awakened. The first initiation culminates with the discovery of this capacity, teaching one to use his spiritual senses and to expand his consciousness beyond the limits of the physical. However, the first initiation does not make one a Rosicrucian. It is merely the beginning of the journey, the first step on the path. It is like being admitted to a school. Admission does not make one a scholar. It simply provides the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to unfold one's potential. The real work begins after admission, and it requires dedication, effort, and perseverance. The first initiation into the Rosicrucian Order essentially awakens one to the spiritual dimension of existence, embarking them on the journey from the outer to the inner, from the visible to the invisible, from the known to the unknown. This is where where the adventure of self-discovery begins. The Rosicrucian Order, in its profound wisdom, teaches that the universe is not just what we see.
The great deception will come in the form of, for lack of a better word, the return of the gods, of the golden age of the gods of old. As it was in the days of Noah, as it was in the days of Lot, so shall be the coming of the Son of Man. The genetic warfare that we see from Genesis 3 coming full circle back around in the end times, right? That I will put enmity, there's that word again, between the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman, right? This genetic warfare. I'm convinced that I will see his return with my own eyes. And I'm convinced that it will be while I'm still in my youth. They're pre-positioning assets for FEMA camps. Oh, and I know the Antichrist said he's going to make war against the saints and overcome us. The man of lawlessness, the Antichrist, and everything that comes with him, all the beast system, right? Everything that's going on in the book of Revelation, in Daniel, and elsewhere, it says that. This is Jamie Walden. You're watching End Times Productions. When you look at like the totality of the circumstances that are going on right now, there is, for lack of a better word, a convergent zenith of all things related to the end times. It doesn't matter if you're looking at it empirically, objectively, or even subjectively. Everything's in alignment right now for really painting the picture of the lateness of the hour. And, I talk about it all the time, even with our own church or the other people that were around all the time, is like, I cannot overstress the lateness of the hour. And here's what I go to that most people, it's not their common go-to for discerning the lateness of the hour, right? They want to look at the objective stuff like astrocatastrophism, volcanism, earthquakes in diverse places, right? Famines, pestilence, disease, kind of those wars, rumors of wars, right? There's kind of all these little checkboxy things that we can look at to go, oh yeah, we're in the end times. I'm like, yeah, bro, but you could have said that in all kinds of different aspects of history. Just for your listeners that don't know, my background being in Marine Corps infantry and law enforcement, and doing technical rescue and tactical EMS type stuff. But actually what I got my degree in, besides law enforcement, was history, and more importantly, comparative history. So when I look at things from like an actual a level of historicity, right, a historical context, I go, you could have said any one of these indicators at any other point in time in history. I mean, World War II being the most prevalent aspect that people look at, they would have been like, undoubtedly, that is the Antichrist, the Jews are being slaughtered, the whole world is at war, right? Like, economies are collapsing all over the place. The man of perdition is very obviously on the scene. I mean, you would have been utterly convinced that it was the end times, and yet it wasn't, right? And so, not to dismiss that being the setting the stage for what I believe now is the lateness of the hour, but when I look at it objectively, to me, the indicator of truly the lateness of the hour is the spirit of the age. The spirit of the age is actually what's spoken to more than any of those objective, scientifically, compiled algorithmic types of aspects of indicators of the end times. I mean, you can see the infographics of earthquakes, of astrocatastrophism, of earth sciences and changes in earth sciences, even the advent of technology, AI, quantum computer, right, D-wave quantum computer, and all these different aspects. The uptick in transhumanism, I mean, huge, right? Even the rediscovery, I say rediscovery if anybody knows what's going on, antediluvian world, right, pre-flood world, Genesis 6 on type of narrative. The rediscovery of DNA was as early as the mid 80s, right? This ability, and by now we're already at a point with CRISPR-Cas9 and other technologies where we can easily cut and paste, and we know about the viable hybridization of different cross species genetic amalgamations, not to mention human-animal hybridization. So that's going on in real time. I mean, these are mega indicators, right? The latent, as it was in the days of Noah, as it was in the days of Lot, so shall be the coming of the Son of Man. And again, I know there's layers to that. So, but the spirit of the age, to me, is the number one indicator of how late the hour is. And when I speak to the spirit of the age, it doesn't matter if you're looking at First Thessalonians, Second Thessalonians, First Timothy, Second Timothy, Second Peter, the Book of Jude. If you're looking at Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21, right? The whole Book of Revelation. If you're looking at Daniel 7 through Daniel 12, you're looking at aspects of Jeremiah, aspects of Nahum, Zephaniah. I mean, but a lot of books that people typically, sadly, they don't even dig into in their Bible, which you should be digging into all of it. Side note, dig into all the word, right? So like, it's the spirit of the age is a central theme that Christ addressed in the Gospels, and that the writers of the epistles addressed was the spirit of the age. And more in particular, what they were speaking to is not necessarily the spirit of the unbelieving world. Unbelievers are unbelievers, right? Like carnality is carnality, flesh is flesh. Men devoid of the right restrictions of God that lead to freedom are going to devour, self-loathe, self-hate, self-exalt, self-esteem, self-justify, self-righteous. They're going to self-everything, right? That's the curse of the fall, right? Genesis 3. But when you look at the Gospels and the epistles, then the number one thing that was spoken to was the spirit of the Christians. The church age, the church age, the church age. All those letters were written to the churches. All the letters in the book of Revelation are written to the churches. Christ Jesus was speaking to his disciples. Listen, gents, this is what you can anticipate seeing, right? So like when you look at the totality of the lateness of the hour, it's the centrality, the central theme is the spirit of the Christians. They will be the lovers of self. They'll be proud, boastful, arrogant, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. See, there's a cosmic usurpation. They will have the form of godliness, but deny the power thereof. Have nothing to do with such people, right? It's the church where he says, hey, listen, like they will deliberately forget, deliberately. So it is a willful disobedient. It is a willful affront against God. They will deliberately forget that the same God that judged the earth with the deluge is coming again to judge it with fire, right? It says that they will not tolerate sound doctrine. They'll tolerate anything, dude. Like, dude, we're so woke, man. Love wins, love doves, crazy love, right? Like, it's all about this, like, counterfeit, like, insanity of love, which is no love. They're devouring each other out there, right? It's totally devoid of authentic love because it's devoid of selflessness. It's selfish, it's self-aggrandizing, it's self-seeking, it's narcissistic love. They will be intolerant, right? Like, they will tolerate everything but not sound doctrine. And it says, actually, they will reject the gospel or reject sound teaching. They will reject the word in its totality. And instead, they will devote themselves to the doctrines of demons. So think about this. There's this cosmic exchange that the church does. The cosmic exchange that is going on right now in real time among the Christians, and not just Western-centric, not just evangelification, Americanized, hyper narcissistic Christian Bethel Hillsong, blah, 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 NAR or social justice or progressivism or Torah observance or whatever. Like, take your pick, dude. Wherever the pendulum is swinging, I tell people, I'm like, dude, I feel like Napoleon Dynamite playing tetherball by myself. And I just want to Hulk out and like smash the ball because it's like this tetherball is going to all these doctrines of men, all these mythos and these genealogies and these teachings of men and they're doctrines of demons. They're literally doctrines of demons having the form of godliness to deny the power thereof. And every single one of these movements is smashing the ball around and around and around. I want to Hulk out like Napoleon and make that ball actually wrap the pulp because the center is Christ Jesus. See, that's what's not sufficient for any of these people. Christ alone is not sufficient. It's my dates, it's my times, it's my cosmology, it's my shape of the earth, it's my pre-trib, it's my post-trib, it's my preterism, it's my, dominionism, it's my, ridiculous laughter, it's my grave soaking, it's my social justice wokeism, progressivism, you name it, dude. It's everything but Christ. And actually, you know who's center stage of that? It's the truther, the Christian truther movement. The Christian truther movements has done more to deny Christ and come into a neo-Gnosticism almost more than any other movement out there. They've made it all about knowledge, but devoid of love, authentic love. And again, going back to the scriptures, there's only one time where you're told you are nothing, your physicality, your physical being, you are nothing. It's if you're all puffed up on your Gnosticism, your knowledge, dude, the next YouTube thing, the next podcast click, the next whatever, like the next rabbit hole, the next rabbit hole, the next rabbit hole. And like, so now I get to lord over everybody else because I'm more woke, truther woke, than the other woke people. And so guess what they are? They are lovers of self. They're lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. Because see, it's pleasurable to get the latest, greatest intel, isn't it? Like you get a little dopamine drop. You get a little dopamine release. You get a little buzz. You're like, ooh, combing through the news, perusing through things. And like, oh, aliens. Oh, abduction phenomena. Oh, you know this. And then like, oh, giants. And then, oh, transhumanism. And then the globalists and the World Economic Forum. I'm like, dude, like, been there, done that, bro. That's why I know what I know. And I'm not diminishing any of that because it does all have value. But it has to be filtered through the only thing that's going to be left standing, which is the word of the Lord and an identity in Christ alone. See, all that's going to melt away. It will. All your doctrines, all the theologies, all your pontificating, all your elucidating, dude, it's all going to, we're going to realize how wrong we all were. And that's why it's got to be centered on Christ alone. So let me come back to the topic. Do I believe the lateness of the hour? Unequivocally. I am convinced. That doesn't mean that I'm right. I'm just convinced. Like, the Lord is the Lord. I'm not. Like, I don't want to darken his counsel with words without wisdom, like Job's homies, you know? But it's like, I'm convinced that I will see his return with my own eyes. And I'm convinced that it will be while I'm still in my youth. So I'm 41 right now. I may look a little bit younger on camera. Maybe your camera will pull out my wrinkles. But yeah, so it's like, I'm convinced that I'll see it with my own eyes. And again, it's because of the spirit of the age. The spirit of the age is the man of law, 2 Thessalonians 2, right? The man of lawlessness, the Antichrist, and everything that comes with him. All the beast system, right? Everything that's going on in the book of Revelation, in Daniel, and elsewhere. It says that he cannot be revealed until the great falling away occurs first. Which, in the original Greek, is apostasia, which is an official revolt or defection from the religious dogma that you once held to be true. So it's when the Christians become lawless that the man of lawlessness himself is allowed to come on the scene. So we are the ones who determine. This is my speculation, right? This is not, thus says every theologian who ever walked the earth and tore down the scripture. This is my understanding of it. It says, no man knows the day or hour, not even the Son of Man, but only God the Father knows the day or hour. It's my supposition that the reason why nobody knows the day or hour is because each church age, the 7 lampstands before the Lord day and night, actually determine when the second coming of Christ is. If you look at the letters to the churches, to the what? To the churches, not to the unbelieving world. They're the letters to the churches. And he lays out some of the things that are good, but then he lays out their offense. And he gives this reply every time. Repent. Every single church. Repent, repent, repent. And to Smyrna and Philadelphia and Ephesus or Pergamon or whatever. And he actually says, repent, but if you do not, I myself will come and fight against you. Dude, I thought we were his bride. I thought we were his people. I thought so did Israel. I'm like, dude, what do you think? So did Israel. We're God's holy people. We're chosen. We're elect. We're whatever. You can use all the pontifical language you want. And like, we're anointed and the Spirit dwells with us. And literally we have his temple and the Spirit dwells with us. And then we have the ark. And then we, it went from a tent and then it went to the temple. And like, we have the presence of God till it wasn't. See, that's what people don't understand. Till Ichabod is written over your head, the glory of the Lord departed. And you think of Samson, it's like he was convinced. He presumed. King David says, keep back your servant from the sin of presumption. Let it not have dominion over me. And the Lord actually biblically makes a distinction between sins of ignorance and presumptuous sin. Study it. It's fascinating when you look at the sin of presumption. But what was I going to say? I don't know. Something about David. Something about presumptuous sin. Oh, like Samson, right? So presumptuous, where he's like, I'm a Nazarite, took a Nazarite vow, I'm good to go, right? To the world, Delilah and the Philistines creeping in. He did not know until after the fact that the Lord's favor on him had departed. He didn't know until his eyes are gouged out and he's publicly humiliated. Again, don't get me started on rapture doctrine, because I'm like, it's pre-trib rapture thing, I don't know. But like, I hope for it, right? I'm totally hope for it, but I'm like, that's not the pattern of how I see God do business with his people that are apostate, officially revolting, and defecting against him. This goes back to like, anybody who loves the world or the things of the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Anybody who loves the world, he is at enmity with God. So what does it mean to be at enmity with God? Nobody wrestles out this language. Like, what does it mean to be at enmity? Well, enmity means bitter rancor or forcible hatred or warfare. So here's a unique thing about enmity. Enmity is a mutual exchange. It's a very particular word there that's not used in our modern English lexicon to be at enmity with somebody. We think like, oh, you just got a beef with them. Like, what's up, bro? Like, I got enmity with you, homie, right? But it's like, enmity actually is a mutual exchange of bitter rancor, forcible hatred, or warfare. So it says anybody who loves the world is at enmity with God. Guess what? He's at enmity with you. And so then I go again, like the spirit of the age, every single epistle almost speaks to the spirit of the age as the indicator of the second coming. The deception, the compromise, the apostasia, and the love of the world in place of a love for God. All the while you're saying you love the Lord. So there is this cosmic exchange going on in real time. Well, actually, we're told a truth for the lie. A truth for a lie. Because they love not the truth, 2 Thessalonians, God gives them over to strong delusions, right? Is it because they didn't know the truth because they were ignorant? No, they knew the truth. They just didn't love it. That's written to the Christians because they love not the truth. He gives them over to strong delusions. Romans 1, right? Like knowing God, they neither glorified him nor gave him thanks, but became darkened by the hardening of their hearts, right? So then he gives them over. He gives you over. Why? It says knowing God. It's not that they don't know him. They just won't give him thanks or glorify him. And that's within the church, dude. So that's why I'm like, yeah, second coming of Christ, yeah. But like, bro, I'll break down transhumanism. I'll break down genetic manipulation, space-based weapons platform, directed energy. I'll break down world economic, and geopolitical and geostrategic machinations of men, the rampant sexual immorality, right? The child coming through the Caribbean and over to Ukraine and out through, like, dude, it's all interconnected. It's all interconnected. But the only reason why that is happening is because of the lawlessness of the ones who have the truth. First and foremost, it is unequivocally our burden of command to be ambassadors of a true and better kingdom. People ask me like, oh, so like you're a super patriot, right? Because you're a Marine and a cop and blah, blah. So like you're all patriotic. I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm super patriotic. But I'm a monarchist, homie. I'm always like, dude, I'm a monarchist. I serve a king and a kingdom. This world is not even worthy of me. I don't belong here. People who say such things say that, prove that they're looking for a city, a true and better city, a celestial city, the new Jerusalem, the new heaven, and the new earth, where Emmanuel, God, will be with us, the restoration of Emmanuel in the garden. Like, dude, I'm a monarchist, bro. Don't you ever mistake that I'm willing to die for the United States of America. But I am willing to die for a king and a kingdom that's unshakable. That's from everlasting to everlasting, So it's crazy when you look at the big, broad picture of it all, dude. The lateness of the hour is far beyond what I think most people can comprehend. And even people that are into, like, let's say to your channel, where you do an amazing job, expositionary job of breaking down things that are going on in our world around us with relevancy through a biblical perspective, right? Like, that's the centrality of End Times Productions. But what's crazy is people that are even watching your channel and others out there that are putting together and compiling and like grinding out to try to serve the people of God, even unbelievers as well too, that maybe they would come in underneath Christ Jesus and be clothed by him. They still are not rightly conceiving how late the hour is. It's like a Pollyanna thing. It's like this pie in the sky. It's fanciful. It's matrix based. It's augmented reality or virtual reality. Pick one, right? Augmented reality is way worse than virtual reality. And they're just going like, yeah, information. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So I'm so awake. And yet they're blind, deaf, and dumb to the reality of what's going on. Sound doctrine says, die to self, live for Christ. See, how simple is that, right? Like, you can't get any more, like, not easy. I didn't say it was easy. I just said it's simple. And so they go, no, I love self. I love myself. Like, it's selfie, it's Facebook, it's YouTube, it's whatever. MySpace, that's super old, right? Like, whatever, but it's like, it's all about this narcissistic reality where they actually think their opinions matter, or their doctrinal perspective, or their theological, debate that they want to have publicly on some weird form that nobody's even paying attention to anyways, but they're so self-consumed that I don't think they could. You mentioned the word complacency. In the Marine Corps, I actually did a sermon on this not too long ago. People can find it on my YouTube channel, but in the Marine Corps, when we were in theater, in country, war fighting, at the front of every one of our forward operating bases, or whenever we would leave the wire, was spray painted "Complacency kills." That's a Marine Corps motto, a Marine Corps axiom, and it truly does. Complacency kills. It was like, dude, if your gear's not on right, you think you can go one day without shaving, you think you can go one day without cleaning your weapon, you think you can go one day without scanning your sectors, you think you can cross this bridge because you've done it 20 times, so why would you stop and do immediate action drills for IEDs, search for IEDs? That's the day your whole crew gets blown up, right? Because complacency kills. What's interesting is that's a biblical precedence that God set out. Proverbs 1, Zephaniah, elsewhere, it says, woe to the complacent. He says it 3 times. Woe to the complacent. He says the complacency of fools destroys them. And actually, God says, again, speaking to the church, spirit of the age, he says, at that time, this is in Zephaniah, he says, at that time, I will search Jerusalem to destroy all those who are complacent. He's literally coming for the apathetic and the complacent. And what is the entire spirit of the Laodicean church? The last church age, us. What's the spirit? Like, let me sum up the spirit of the age. And like, that's it. It's like, they're neither hot, they're neither cold. They're like, but think of the narcissism of the spirit of the church age. They think they're wealthy and in need of nothing. So they're like, dude, I'm like crushing it for Jesus. I'm doing all these things. I love the Lord. I read every book ever produced by Skywatch. I'm not knocking Skywatch. It's awesome. But they use that to self-justify, right? Like, I know everything that Tim Alberino ever talks about. Like, yeah. And like, they'll pick their kind of like a cult groupie following thing. And they'll go, because I'm informed, I'm wealthy and in need of nothing. But see what people won't do, again, in answering your question, I don't think they'll ever wake up, is they won't say, Lord, how do you see me? Because they might be horrified at his response, just like Laodicea is. You're wretched, you're pitiful, you're poor, you're blind, you're naked, you're hot vomit in my mouth. And because you're complacent, you're apathetic, and you're indifferent, you're neither hot nor cold, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. Dude, come on. Like, where's the fear of the Lord? And so like, again, you see the same thread all throughout. It's like always speaking to the same thing. So yeah, man, in answer to your question, what do you do to wake people up? I don't know what you do. I know that you do business with the Lord one-on-one. I'm going to do business with the Lord one-on-one. Because you're not going to be standing next to me when I give an account for my life, and I won't be standing next to you. Like, you will give an account for you. You can't blame it on them or you can't blame it on your apostate pastor. Why are you in that church? You can't blame it on the culture. You can't blame it on your parents. You can't blame it on your childhood sexual abuse that occurred to you. You can't blame it on your adult traumas and your dramas that you've created in your own life. Or maybe somebody else has imposed on you just because it's a fallen world. You don't get to blame anything. You will give an account for your life, for your walk, for your surrenderness to the Lord. And mark my words, we are told unequivocally, I think it's 2 Chronicles 16:9. Don't quote me on that. But he says, the eyes of the Lord range throughout the whole earth, or they go to and fro throughout the earth, to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him. He's looking for those that are all in. Like Jesus said, count the cost. Listen, gents, he's a captain of our salvation, battlefield commander, like commander-in-chief, God the Father, captain of salvation, Christ Jesus. The Lord is a warrior, the Lord is his name, right? The Lord, like a mighty man of war, will stir up his zeal and show himself mighty against his foe. Jesus like, dude, you think I came to bring peace? Bro, I'm the King of glory. Like, I know I came as Messiah ben Joseph, right? The suffering servant, but don't mistake me. I'm coming as a lion of the tribe of Judah, as Messiah ben David, a conquering king. Do not mistake my posture, right? In fact, the next time you see me, I'll be riding out on a horse whose name is Faithful and True. I'll be riding out in justice and judgment to make war. So gnarly that my robe will be drenched in blood. So don't mistake how I'm coming, right? And so like any battlefield commander, that's how I picture Christ, right? He's like, hey, gents, you better count the cost. If you're not all in, get off the battlefield. Hey, Israel, are you double-minded about your wife or your new house or your new whatever? Get off the battlefield. I'm looking for those who are so jealous for my glory. They're as jealous for my glory as I am, like Phineas, who ran the spear through the high priest and his Moabite wife. He's like, that dude gets me. He's like, everlasting covenant with that guy. Everlasting covenant with that. He gets me. And he's like, Christ Jesus speaking to the disciples, like, listen, man, I mean, think of the high bar that he set that the church has reduced. He's like, if you're not willing to forsake father, mother, brother, sister, even your very life for me, you cannot be my disciples. Hey, you better count the cost. What general sends his army in the battle without first counting the cost of whether or not he's going to get victory? You better count the cost. But see, the only way you can rightly count the cost is if you don't understand the reward. So if you knew Christ, if you knew the sufficiency of his blood, if you knew the sufficiency of his death and his resurrection and glorification, if you knew the sufficiency of the fact that he disarmed all the powers of darkness, right? Vanquished them, triumphing over them at the cross, like making a public spectacle of them, he humiliated them. It's like, if you understood the God who loves you and bought you, and you come underneath that not even death has any sway in you whatsoever. Where you at, homie, death? You've been swallowed up, bro. Where you at? Oh, and by the way, I've been given my weapons of warfare are not carnal, but they have divine power to tear down of every stronghold and every false pretense. Bring it on. Oh, by the way, and I'm donned with the armor of God, like God's little armor. He's like the armor of God, like Christ himself, right? Salvation and faith and righteousness and truth and peace before God where once I was his enemy. And like, you can't harm it. You cannot touch my life. It's hidden in Christ. He bought and paid for it. Like, if you knew that, you would count the cost and you'd go, oh, it's like 2 Corinthians 4 says, like, ain't even worth comparing to the glory that's going to be revealed. Like, you're like, wait, I'm going to be mocked, scoffed, reviled. I'm going to be persecuted. I'm going to be hated by all men for his name's sake. My own family member is going to reject me, just like Jesus' own family member is going to reject me. They're going to skew my words. They're going to misrepresent me. They're going to mar my testimony. The powers of darkness are going to swirl about me, trying to destroy me. They're going to sleep paralysis me. They're going to do things to try to derail me, to disrupt me. And you go to, and you're like, okay, and the government said they're making lists, and Ocasio-Cortez said they're making lists, and Hillary Clinton said they're making lists, and they're shutting down Walmarts everywhere, and they're pre-positioning assets for FEMA camps. Oh, and I know the Antichrist said he's going to make war against the saints and overcome us. So you go like, let me count the cost. And then you go, dude, compared to the reward, it ain't even worth comparing, right? That's why they go like, it's not even worth comparing to the glory that's going to be revealed. Or 2 Corinthians 4, it's like, so we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but what is unseen. Because what is seen is temporary, dude. What is unseen is eternal. Like, dude, I'm not going to grow weary doing good. I know the harvest that's coming. Like, I know. So, and I actually know my God. It has nothing to do with me. I'm weak. I'm flawed. I'm carnal. I'm double-minded at times. I'm super weak. And I'm weary all the time. He never grows weary. He neither sleeps nor slumbers. He is not weak. His arm is not too short. Some men trust in chariots, some in horses. I trust in the name of the Lord. I know that when I fear the Lord, he says he'll make me mighty in the land, and that I'll never be shaken, and I don't have to have any fear of bad news. I know my God. Actually, the spirit he gave me is not one of fear, timidity, but power, love, and a sound mind. Like, I know my God. See, that's what David knew, which is why he charged headlong on the field of battle in front of a Nephilimic freak show. Is like, where you at, bro? You uncircumcised fill in the blank? Dude, I'm going to cut your head off. So, like, think how gangster he was, right? 14-year-old boy. And who was behind him in rank and file? All the professional soldiers in their armor shaking. And they didn't care how much this freak show was mocking God. They did not fear the Lord or were jealous for his glory. And so David comes out going, I know my God. See, David, the armor, he couldn't even carry the armor, right? He couldn't even lift the sword. But he's like, but I know my God. I know my God will not be mocked by you. am certain he will deliver you into my hands today. See, that's the fullness of really what's going on in the end times, is this great juxtaposition, this distinguishing mark, this delineation, this sifting, these right divisions that God makes. Malachi 3:16 through 4:3. And elsewhere, the Lord says, again, you will see the distinction between the righteous and the wicked, between those who serve me and those who do not. And he's like, they will make enemies ashes under the soles of their feet. Those are the ones, right? And again, like they were shot. Who overcomes the Antichrist? There's somebody, there's some people that are overcoming them. It says they overcome them by the blood of the Lamb, the word of their testimony. I know my God. And they don't love their life so much as they're afraid to lose it. Why? Because they know it's hidden in Christ. They're like, what are you going to do? Set me free to glory? Okay. I mean, seriously, like, when you understand the resurrection, when you understand the glorification, you're like, so you're telling me that if I don't recant Jesus and take your mark, that you're gonna set me free to my King's presence. Okay, I think I'm all right with that. But what's the opposite side of that? It's the self-preservers. Another name for a self-preserver is a coward. A coward. That's all a coward is. A coward wants to preserve self at all costs. Lovers of self. Lovers of pleasure. Like they want to preserve self at all costs. That's what makes them a coward. They cut and run when others stand and fight. They balk under the pressure. They're always looking and working an angle to make sure that self is protected, self is preserved, and people are doing it every day in their life. They're doing it in their marriages. They're doing it in their workplaces. They're doing it within their church body. They're doing it in their relationship with the Lord. It's all about self-preservation. Who's the first ones God deals with in the lake of fire? The cowards. The cowards are the first ones he does business with, because it is such an anathema to the Spirit of Christ, who was selfless. He was selflessly sacrificial. God the Father was selflessly sacrificial. They laid it all down so that others may live. See, these are all warrior axioms. No greater love is there than this, that a man would lay down his life for his friends. And you are my friends if you obey my commands. And they're like, so you couldn't be more offensive to the gospel of Jesus Christ than being a self-preserver. After having to receive the fullness of grace and mercy while you're a reprobate enemy of God, while you're dead in your trespasses, now you're going to preserve self using his name? No way, dude. He's like, you're the first ones I'm doing business with. So, again, it's all interconnected, man. It's a huge deal. I think that the great deception is the summation of God revealing men's hearts for what they really wanted all along anyways. So that's the nature of the deception, is it's self-deception. You're self-deceived. There's that word self again, right? Like, you're self-deceived. You actually choose the deception because the truth is plain, right? And so with the great deception, what I see is actually that was, to me, one of the last bastions, like the last asymmetric warfare, softening techniques for the great deception is what happened in the last 3 years. I'm totally convinced of it. And more in particular is the genetic manipulation through pharmakia, through pharmacological processes to change your very created image. That's the deception that's coming. So I lean along the lines, because of biblically, I think it's pretty well laid out that the great deception will come in the form of, for lack of a better word, the return of the gods, of the golden age of the gods of old. As it was in the days of Noah, as it was in the days of Lot, so shall be the coming of the Son of Man. The genetic warfare that we see from Genesis 3 coming full circle back around in the end times, right? That I will put enmity, there's that word again, between the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman, right? This genetic warfare. And I believe that the deception to get you to that higher level of asymmetric warfare will come through a multi-layered process of deception through shared traumatic experience. It'll be a global collective hive mind through what would be, for lack of a better word, like a global satanic ritualistic traumatic abuse ceremony. We saw that with, right? I think it'll come back through even what's going on right now with Russia and Ukraine. and NATO and the U.S., everything that's going on there. I don't want to break into that because I'll talk on that for 3 hours, right? And also what's going on with astrocatastrophism, with the Apophis, which will be visible in the sky in 2025, and the near-Earth effects of it and the planetary science effects of it coming by in 2029. I think that they're all integrated. COVID to World War III to the astrocatastrophism to the Great Deception. It will be the traumatic experience that we see laid out in scriptures of a third of the population, a third of the population, a third of the population, right? Like we're talking about things, it says, times the likes of which never has been, never will be again. If Christ didn't shorten the days, there'd be no flesh left alive, right? Like that high level will get us to the point where we will be clamoring for solutions from those guys that are now back to say, listen, if it was by the blood of the Lamb that the Christians are healed, it's by the blood of me that you can have life extension, immortality. I will have a counterfeit death and resurrection. I will have a counterfeit Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, right? Father, unholy Son, or unholy Spirit, and the Antichrist, the false son, right? I'll perform lying signs and wonders to deceive even the elect if it were possible. He affirmed who he was by signs and wonders. He said, you know who I am by the signs and wonders I prove. Every single attribute is an exact counterfeit of Christ Jesus. Therefore, the fullness of the counterfeit after the counterfeit death and resurrection of the Antichrist will be by his blood you can be healed. That's how big the deception will go. But you have to work people through this global traumatic experience to create a collective hive mind, which we got with COVID. Every single person on the face of the earth had empathy with one another for the first time in human history since the Tower of Babel or the flood, 2 other times, right? You could go to Malaysia and they would have empathy with you about what you're experiencing with COVID or the fear or the government lockdowns or the whatever. You could go to the Philippines, you could go to Siberia, you could go to Eritrea or Somalia, you could go to West Africa, Central South America, and there was for the first time ever since Babel, there was a global, collective, shared traumatic experience that united the whole earth. And remember what it says about Mystery Babylon, which I'm convinced is the United States. We can debate that all day long. But if you know the occultic origins, Sir Adam Weishaupt or Sir Francis Bacon and Adam Weishaupt in the revival of the Atlantean age, the new Atlantis coming out, 13 colonies, 13 this, 13 that, 13 blah, you know. Anyways, again, I'll go on that for hours. But that Mystery Babylon, it says, she deceived the whole world with her pharmakia. From her was found the slain of all the earth. It says, and they trafficked in the souls of men. It's a very unique qualifier about mystery. Everybody wants to go, oh, it'll be a revived Babylon in Iraq. Yeah, no, I was literally in Iraq, in the ancient city of Babylon, touched the stones that still say Nebuchadnezzar on them, like stood at the gate of Ishtar, like took Al-Hila, Iraq, you know, which is where Saddam was unearthing archaeologically all the ancient artifacts of Mesopotamia and Babylon. Been there. Like, it's not a revived Iraq. It's not a Holy Rome. It's not a Vatican. Most people are like, oh, okay, Mystery Babylon's the Vatican. I'm like, yeah, that's not the Vatican. The Vatican is wicked beyond comprehension. It's the United States of America. You just don't want to know what's going on. You don't want to know why they call it District of Columbia. You don't want to know why most of the presidents graduate from Columbia University. You don't want to know what goes on in Freemasonic stuff or the Illuminist stuff or the whatever. You don't want to know what's going on with the raising of Osiris, which I know you and Justin and Wes have talked about that in great detail. You don't want to know about the ceremonies. You don't want to know about Bohemian Grove. You don't want to know why it's called the City of Angels. Which angels? Nobody asked that. And you don't want to know in what God they trust. That's on the back of every one of your talismans. Dollar bills in your pocket. You don't want to know. And it's founded on the souls of men. More importantly, the souls of children is what it's founded upon. So, but the nature of deception that's so unique is that you cannot self-evaluate that you're deceived. Like, is everybody tracking? Like, you cannot self-reveal or self-evaluate that you are deceived, hence deception. You could never come to that conclusion on your own because, again, like the Church of Laodicea, even on this spiritual level, They say they're wealthy and in need of nothing. You're like, no, you're falling short. And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? So you can be like, hey, listen, this is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie. You're like, what are you talking about? Tim Alberino and I did an expedition in Peru, right? Studying antediluvian stuff, and we spent a lot of time together. Our families are very tight-knit. We just enjoy each other as bros. And, we talked so much about even the alien agenda and the soft disclosure versus a hard disclosure and the abduction phenomenon, right? And the different terrestrial base or nuts and bolts types technology versus their technology and our technology, blah, blah, blah. And the breeding programs and the hybridization. Now that will get some Christians to freak out that they don't know their word, because actually all that's in the word. They've never heard it before, they've never read it, or their pastors never told them about it. But when you look at it from that perspective, the soft cell of deception is so far down the pipeline that you can't tell somebody something. They will be intolerant of it and then devote themselves to the doctrines of demons instead. So that's why I'm like, it's like, where do you start? Where do you stop? How do you break through? I don't know. Nothing but the power of God by the power of the Holy Spirit. And actually, it's humility. Humility is where the Lord will break through. So similar to go, I don't know what I don't know. Or I'm not sure. Or I don't have an answer to that. Or God, I don't know if you're real or not, but I want to know if you're real or not. And he's like, I'm coming for you. Find me. Whereas the guy's like, I don't need anything. He's like, and I'll leave you to it. I will satisfy the desire of your heart. See, that's what people don't understand about God. When he says he will satisfy the desires of your heart, he doesn't say only if they're good and in alignment with his will. He's like, whatever the desire of your heart is, I'll give you to it. You choose. You get to choose. So I will satisfy the desire of your heart. You want to be deceived? I will allow you to be deceived. You want the world and all the narcissism and broken sister things? I'll leave you to it. You want to run from relationship to relationship and never be satisfied because you won't come to me, your true betrothed, and you won't come underneath. Like, I'll leave you to it. I'll leave you to it. But if you want it, oh man, he says, I'll break open the floodgates of heaven and lavish you with so much blessing you won't even have enough storeroom for it. And actually, he says, those who know me in this time, in the time of the end, in the end times, those who know their God will be strong and go forth and do daring feats of valor. They may be God haters, New Agers. I love talking to witches and warlocks and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, you're like, yeah, like, let's talk your power, right? You explain to me your power, I'll explain to you my God's power. Right? You explain to me this, I'll explain to you. Because I'm like, dude, at least you're open to it. But the lukewarm, see, the lukewarm, you can't do anything with somebody who's lukewarm. They're like, nah, I'm good, right? Apathy, complacency, love of self. But I say, dude, if you're feeling this consternation and even this tearing or fear or anxiety or maybe a lack of preparedness, I don't know, pick an emotion. And I go, man, don't shrink back from that. Lean and press in harder. That's the mercy of God. That's merciful. He's so merciful. He's such a lover of your soul that he's willing to do business with you now willingly rather than later on desperately. I'm always like, lean into it, man. You see the chaos. You see that everything's a lie. Nothing satisfies. Go sleep with every girl you want. Sleep with every guy you want. Make all the money you want. Do all your narcissistic things that you want. Do all the pleasurable things, all the leisure, all the frivolity, right? All the dissipations of this life. Or be undone by anxiety and be depressed and then go to a doctor and take these pills and do that. And like, has anything satisfied? And they're like, no. And I'm like, praise God. You're right where he wants you. Like, dude, I'm like, dude, that doesn't shock me, bro. And even people like sin, I'm like, that doesn't shock me. Oh, you mean that you're married and then your eyes fell on somebody else who wasn't your spouse and you leaned into that temptation and now you have a wake of chaos and consequence all around you? I'm like, that does not surprise me. Like, that's the carnality that we're making war against all day long in the spirit of God. And even the Christians are doing it too. And I'm like, so now the question is, what are you going to do about that? Because there is a hope that will not disappoint. There is redemption and restoration. There is the forgiveness of sins and cleansing. There is a peace that surpasses all understanding. You're not going to find it in this life. You're not going to get peace in this life. You get moments of it, right? We get highlights reels, moments of joy or peace in this life. Your peace is positional before God forevermore. It says you'll never go out from my presence. You will never go out from my rest. How much rest is there in the land of the living? And I'm like, so dude, all this weariness and all this junk and all the lies and all the deceit and all the preserve. Think of all the and all these people doing the stuff like that, and they're like, oh God, that didn't satisfy either. I was lied to. And it's like, he is the only one. Don't you see? Like, he's the only one. So whenever I talk to people that are in that state, especially unbelievers, dude, I'd much rather be around unbelievers than Christians. Are you kidding me? Dude, come on. I pastor a church, right? It's like, I'd much rather be around unbelievers because they're transparent, they're real, they're authentic, and they know that they're broken. Most Christians will never confess that. They think because they're in the faith that now they're good to go. They're on easy street, right? Hyper grace. All who do evil are good in the eyes of the Lord. Where is this God of justice, right? As they were saying in Malachi. But the unbelieving world, by and large, they know something is not right. This can't be it. This can't be it. Really? Like, just keep grinding it out? Go same thing every day and then die? Like, everybody knows, like, there's something innately wrong. It actually says in Ecclesiastes, like, God has put eternity in every man's heart. They know, like, they may deny God, they may hate God, they may be atheistic, or maybe they're like, yeah, like, sure, I believe in God, but whatever, you know, like, they have a concept of God, they intellectually agree with God. They may even intellectually agree with Jesus, but they've never come underneath him and surrendered or submitted themselves into Christ Jesus and made him the Lord of their lives. But they know something's off. They know that, again, 2 Thessalonians 2, Romans 1, knowing God. They just won't glorify him or give him thanks. But I'm like, you won't be disappointed. That's what I always tell people. It says, no one whose hope is in the Lord will be disappointed. Their faces are radiant. No one! Like, no one. So, like, I didn't say it'd be easy. I didn't say it'd be comfortable. I didn't say it'd be flowers and rainbows like the seeker-friendly church is trying to tell everybody. Positive, encouraging Caleb is trying to, like, ram down people's throats every day. It's actually the opposite. You'll probably suffer more because now you're conscious of Christ. So you'll even suffer in your thoughts. I do what I don't want to do. I don't do what I want to do. Oh, I'm such a wretch, right? Like the Apostle Paul is saying, like, oh, like, I'm tempted and I got to fight. And you're like, so now you understand the battle. So you're probably going to suffer more in Christ. However, you also have more peace, more hope, more joy, more ability to authentic love. You're dying to self. Like, you have a hope that's not going to disappoint. I always tell people, like, dude, just go all in. Bet you won't. I'm always like, I bet you won't. Bet you won't go all in. And watch what the Lord will do. Like, liquidate your reality. Liquidate your friends. Dude, liquidate your family members. This is what Christ called you. Liquidate it all. And say, God, like, I'm yours. Nothing else will satisfy. Lord, take my life. Take all me. What would you have me do, God? And watch what he'll do with somebody whose heart is fully committed to him. When you're fully committed, he's like, I got a mission set for you, bro. I got a mission set for you, daughter. You ready? Here we go. Buckle up. You will not be disappointed. People can reach me or contact me at omegadynamics.org or calicobuffalobasecamp.com. And obviously, Omega Dynamics is our Omega Dynamics, the powerful and effectual actions of the redeemed of the Lord at the end of all things. Oh yeah, you can also find sermons and different teachings, the ones that aren't behind paywalls for other people's proprietary information on YouTube, just under Jamie Walden.
What's the real battle unfolding in the world today, Greg?
There's a battle for our beliefs. What do we believe about who we are, where we come from, the origin of human, the origin of our planet, the origin of the universe, and they're all important. The movement to replace our bodies with synthetic materials falls under the umbrella, we've all heard of this, the transhuman movement. Literally, if we are replacing our biology with the technology, we lose access to our divinity. When we give our humanness away to technology, our natural biological systems begin to atrophy, and once that happens, we never get them back.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Michael Sandler, your host on Inspire Nation. If you've ever wondered about where we come from, what's been hidden, and what's the real human story, then do we have the Wisdom Code show for you. Today I'll be talking with world-renowned scientist and best-selling author of books such as The Wisdom Codes, Greg Brayton, as we look at what's really going on with our hidden history, humanity, and the world. So welcome back to the show, Greg. Are you ready to shine?
I am ready to shine, Michael. I am so excited to be with you today. Sorry, it's our first time together today. I'm coming to you from our studio just outside of Santa Fe, New Mexico. And this is completely unscripted. We have no idea where this is going to go. And it's a dance. My brother, I'm going to follow your lead. And I know we're going to have a great time.
We are, and I can't resist saying, in driving from Santa Fe to Taos to who knows where up north was one of the few times that I saw some maybe not extraterrestrial vehicles zipping up over the desert sky. But we'll get there in a little bit. Before we go there, what's the real battle unfolding in the world today, Greg?
You know, there are battles within battles, and I think we all know that. There's a battle for our thoughts playing out through mainstream legacy media. That's no secret. We all know that. There's a battle for our beliefs. What do we believe about who we are, where we come from, the origin of human, the origin of our planet, the origin of the universe? We all know that that's playing out in the classrooms and the textbooks. There's a battle for our bodies. We have just witnessed that over the last few years, and it's an ongoing battle. And they're all important, Michael, every one of them. For me, they are masking an even deeper battle that is not so obvious to some people, and that is literally a battle for our very humanness and aspects of our humanness that give us the extraordinary potentials that are given to no other form of life that we know of today in this world. I have no doubt that these potentials exist in other forms of life and in other realms. But what we as scientists, I'm a scientist, and what I can say to you as a scientist is that there's no other form of life on Earth that we know of right now that has been blessed with the extraordinary potentials that we have today. And it is those potentials, Michael, I'm going to be really clear on this. It's those potentials that lead to an even deeper battle for something that is called our divinity. And I want to be clear on what I mean by this, because many people associate divinity with religion, and I can see why that would happen. But if you look up the dictionary definition, divinity simply means the ability to transcend perceived human limitations. That's it. To transcend, to become more than perceived. It doesn't even mean they're real. They are limitations we've placed upon ourselves. And there is a part of us, a biological aspect linked directly to the DNA that was fused and mutated 200,000 years ago, that gives us the abilities that we have today, the movement to replace our bodies with synthetic materials, chips in the brain, chemicals in the blood, wires under the skin, sensors on the body, falls under the umbrella. We've all heard of this, the transhuman movement. Literally, if we are replacing our biology with the technology, we lose access to our divinity. And there is a lot of controversy around this. Why would we want to do that? Who's driving it? But you asked the question, the ultimate battle. All the other things, Ukraine is important. The collapsing banking system is important. Climate is important. And there is a level at which they become diversions, Michael, because when we're focused there, what we're not looking at is what's happening to us. And I'll just say this, the reason it's so vital is because it's happening in a single generation. And when we give our humanness away to technology, what happens is our natural biological systems begin to atrophy, and once that happens, we never get them back. So we are literally in the process of giving away elements of our humanness before we even know what they are. We don't understand ourselves well enough to make that choice, and there's the arrogance of people in the scientific community that believe that they know better and are trying to re-engineer our biology, and I believe that is the greatest threat that we face as a species right now.
Thank you, and I'm going to bring us back around. I'm going to bring us full circle right back to here, because I want to go back to ancient technologies, our ancient civilizations, and where we really came from, and this idea of us being fused and mutated, and our chromosomes being fused and mutated, and all these changes taking place. I believe that we are the ultimate that we know of an ascendant being, meaning we are constantly changing, constantly growing, constantly evolving, constantly changing, constantly growing, but actually it is cyclical. We may have actually been more evolved at one point, and then we disappeared. What's happening, Greg?
The word evolution, evolution is the key word here. So I'm going to come at this, I have my personal perspective, and then I have my scientific knowledge, and I'll delineate when I walk either one of those. As a scientist, and I'm a degreed geologist, my primary degree, with a very strong background, math, physics, computer science, archaeology, and cosmology. And I say that because it is that multidisciplinary background that allows me to stay current with new discoveries that are published in very obscure scientific journals. They're not secret. They're out there. It's just nobody reads these very technical, obscure scientific journals. This information is not trickling down into the mainstream. You won't find this in mainstream classrooms, mainstream textbooks, certainly not in mainstream legacy media and pop science. So what I mean by a pop scientist, these are the so-called experts that the media will bring on to comment on what it means when the core of the Earth stops rotating, which happened in March, for example, or what it means when we find evidence of a civilization 20,000 years before present underneath ice in Antarctica, when we're led to believe that civilization's only 5,000 years old.
And we're going to have to go there.
Yeah, we will. So what I will say to you as a scientist is this. What the science shows, that the DNA evidence is now removed much of the speculation about who we are. It's opened the door to a whole lot more questions. But for the viewers that may not be aware of this, we now can do what used to be science fiction just a few years ago. When the first Jurassic Park movie came out, the really good one, the very first one, when it came out, that was based in what was science fiction at the time, and it is no longer 100% science fiction. We now have the ability to isolate and remove the DNA from fossilized remains of ancient forms of life, including those that we believe we descended from. And when we can remove that DNA, what we can do is build a genome. Now, it's not in a test tube, it's on a computer printout. We can look at the genome of those forms of life, and we can compare it to ours, and it tells us who we are and who we are not. We know that we are not the descendant of Neanderthal, for example, and that is very well accepted. We walk the earth with them, we share the earth. They say we probably had Neanderthal boyfriends and girlfriends, and that's why you will see Neanderthal DNA show up in, 23andMe or some of the, the DNA tests that you can do. There are remnants of that, but we share the earth with them. We didn't descend from them. What the DNA also shows, and this is where it gets really controversial, Michael, and from my perspective, really beautiful, is that we are now called anatomically modern humans. It's abbreviated AMH is the acronym. And scientists are in total agreement with the first part of what I'm going to say to you. Anatomically modern humans showed up on this planet about 200,000 years ago. Scientists are pretty much in agreement with that. The question is, how did we get here? Where do we come from? What the DNA is showing is that there are mutations in our genome now that we can look and compare our genome today to those of our ancestors. They have been there from the very beginning. So there are mutations in our genome that showed up 200,000 years ago that give us the extraordinary capabilities that no other form of life has. So for example, I think that for me, one of the smoking guns is human chromosome number 2. It's the product of the fusion of two pre-existing chromosomes, but it didn't stop there. Because after the fusion occurred, there were genes that were added, there were genes that were silenced, there were genes that were deleted to stabilize that fusion. And it is that fusion that gave us a brain 50% larger than our nearest primate, it gave us it accounts for about 80% of the neocortex that we have today. And here's why that's important. Very, very simply, it is what gives us our uniquely human abilities of sympathy, empathy, compassion, the ability to self-regulate on demand when we choose to self-regulate our own biology, to create a strong immune system when we choose, to awaken longevity enzymes when we choose, and to keep those longevity enzymes going, to create resilience to change. I mean, who doesn't want that? The world's changing faster than we know how to document it. It gives us access to super cognition, super memory, super learning, and so much more, all from chromosome 2. And that's not the only one. If that was the only one, you could say maybe it's a fluke. Chromosome number 7 is a mystery. And there is a gene called FOXP2, which is very controversial, but I mentioned before we went on camera, when I'm not doing what I'm doing now, I was a musician long before I was ever an author or a scientist, and it's probably one of the most stable things in my life, and probably one of the saving graces in my life. And as a musician and a scientist, I've always wondered, we share 98% of our genome with a chimpanzee. I mean, that's almost all of it. That 2% is what sets us apart. 98% of our DNA we share with a chimpanzee. As a musician, I know I'm never going to hear a chimpanzee sing Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. And I don't think anybody else will either. And the question is why? And the answer, this is a mind blower, is there are a series of genes in chromosome number 7 that have been stable in all primates, all the forms of primate life for 175 million years. They didn't budge. All of a sudden, there was this little shift, all of a sudden, there was this of 2 DNA letters.
Snail slime, one of the best smellies. But the snailets are a bit stingy. Luckily, we Niffin have a special way of gathering some.
familiar with CTAG, the letters that make up the genome, that connected our tongue and our jaw and a part of our brain that links those things together that gives us the ability for complex speech and the ability to sing. And you say, well, okay, well, that's interesting. You know, maybe that's just a fluke. Well, both of these things happened. They didn't happen slowly, gradually over a long period of time, as Darwin's theory of evolution would lead us to believe. They happened very quickly. They happened exactly 200,000 years ago when we showed up on the planet. Here's the kicker: we haven't changed. The genome is the same today as it was when we showed up. It violates a fundamental law of evolution that says nature never overendows. It says that we never have more than we need until we need it. And what this says, Michael, is that and I'm happy to be the first maybe to share this with your audience. Audience, we are overendowed. We're all overendowed as humans because we showed up with capabilities light years beyond what was needed just to survive 200,000 years ago. And we're only beginning to access many of those capabilities today. So that's a long answer to a short question. I wanted to lay this out. Who or what is responsible for this? As a scientist, what I have to say is that we are the product of some kind of an intelligent intervention. And I think that's a fair word, intervention. Now, there are all kinds of theories and stories and interpretations. The truth is that no one knows for certain. We see archaeological representations of what may have happened. We have cultural representations, oral traditions from the indigenous people that I go to. Those aren't facts. So they support a story. Certainly, they support a narrative that we are part of something much greater than we've been led to believe conventionally. I mean, you and I are our audience. I think we all know that. You have a very sophisticated audience, Michael, and that's why I'm really excited to be with you, because I know we can get to the core of this conversation. So I have to say, as a scientist, that it appears we're the product of some kind of intervention. Up until 2012, that intervention was a mystery. In the year 2012, a new technology was announced to the world that I know everybody's heard of now. It's called CRISPR gene editing. And it was the first time that we realized a technology that would allow us efficiently to do in a genome what we see evidence of that happened in ours. And the question is, who had CRISPR technology 200,000 years ago? And look where we are today. What the amazing things we can do today, it's only been since 2012. What would it mean to a civilization that has had this for hundreds of thousands of years? And that opens the door to the rest of the conversation, I think.
Thank you. And you covered a wide breadth, and I'm going to blow it out of the water even more. We're going to go weird here. We're going to go Atlantis. We're going to go Antarctica. We're going to go pyramids around the world. We're going to go maybe pyramids on Mars. And we're going to go to the question as, would you support that the new story is we did not start here?
Oh, yeah. I think so. There is a new human story that's emerging. So there's a bigger picture happening here, because none of this conversation is happening in a vacuum. We're living in a world that is changing faster than we can document it. There are multiple visions of what the world and our lives should look like based upon multiple agendas of what the world and our lives should look like. And it's within the context of that information is and narratives are being structured to lead us to believe very specific narratives so that we will follow paths of other people's ideas of life and the world. I mean, we've got, obviously the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset. We've got the United Nations now complicit in that through an agreement that was signed in 2019. We've got the push towards centralization in the world and centralized power and centralized control at a time when it makes more sense to localize, not centralize, to live locally, to grow our food locally, not have it shipped in a supply chain from halfway around the world. localized economies, localized finances. But those all, Michael, those all imply a sense of sovereignty and personal power that is lost in a story that says we're the product of random mutations. We are an accident of biology. Lucky biology is what it's called. And if we're just the product of random mutations, it leads us to feel powerless and victims in a world that's changing quickly. And if we're powerless victims, we need a savior. And that savior is being touted as technology. And that is where the technology in the world around us and the technology within our bodies is coming in. The movement to replace so much of our biology with artificial gadgets. When we do that, we lose the very essence of what sets us apart from other forms of life. We lose our divinity, we lose our sovereignty, we lose our ability to self-regulate our own biology. I just want to say this really quickly because I was in an audience, a live audience 2 weeks ago, which I love being with my live audiences. We were with them for 4 days in northern Arizona. And we had some young people. And this is the beauty. We've got a new generation of young people that are just waking up to this conversation that, you know, you and I have been having for years and others have been having, you know, since the early 20th century. And it's very cool that they're waking up to this. And they've been led to believe that computers and computer chips are the God, that is the savior of all. And when I said to them what I'm going to say to you and your audience is my family. So I'm going to say what I'm about to say to your audience and my family, my community is this. I'm a scientist and I'm a tech guy. And I worked in high tech during the Cold War years on a project called SDI, Star Wars Defense. So I say that because Star Wars Defense Initiative, SDI, because I've seen the most advanced laser systems, radar systems, communication systems, and I respect them tremendously. And they are powerful, but here's the deal. A computer chip in the brain, a computer chip will never be able to process faster than the physics of the stuff it's made from allows it to process. The information between the atoms in the silicon, for example, if we're using silicon, that there's a limit to that. There's a high end to that. It's not scalable beyond that limit. So when we talk about computer chips in the brain, are they fast? Absolutely. Are they efficient? Totally. But look at this. The human neuron and the cells in the human body, we do not know the top end of the performance for our own biology. And here's the reason, because every time we reach what we call a limit or a wall or a plateau, we adapt and our cells shift to accommodate that new environment. And all of a sudden we are outperforming what it was that we thought was the high end before. This is true of brains. We used to think that 40 hertz was the high end of the brain state. And now Tibetan monks have shown us we had to bump it to 80 hertz and then 100 hertz and new brain states called the gamma brain state and the hypergamma brain state and the epsilon brain. Now we're over 200 cycles per second. When I was in school back in 1950s and 1960s, we were taught 40 hertz was the top end. The human brain couldn't possibly do any more than that. Now we're being taught that 200 hertz is the top end. We don't know how scalable we are. We are this highly advanced, technologically sophisticated, soft technology. We were given the gift of this form and this technology 200,000 years ago by who or whatever is responsible for those mutations and there are more. I just gave you 2 examples for those mutations or those fusions. And that mystery has driven civilization to try to find a way to accommodate the depth of that mystery by building religions and by building spiritual traditions and principles and stories to explain this deep mystery, Michael, of who we are. And I'm privileged now to know that you've just brought a new life with your partner into this world. And it is one of the deepest mysteries in terms of how, I mean, it's so common we see it, but how does that really happen? And what actually happened in the moment that the cells in your wife's womb became animated and a new life emerged, we still don't have the answer to that, yet we're willing to give that away and compromise it. The uncertainty of what that life holds for the certainty of artificial intelligence, computer chips, wires, chemicals in the body. And this is happening in this lifetime, and it's part of this big context that we're talking about. We're not exploring our past within a vacuum. Our past informs us and says that we are extraordinary beings. And I know we're going to talk about what that past is. But if we take that memory away, then we are vulnerable to the ideas of other people, and we're vulnerable to the social engineering that we're seeing that threatens our way of life and our very existence today. So I think it's important. We have to keep, there's a context here. We have to keep that context.
Thank you. And I think based on what you were saying, there's about to be a very beautiful cameo appearance here in a moment.
Okay. I hope I didn't overstep any bounds.
Oh, God,
I
no.
have no children of my own, and I'm in awe of the mystery, and I'm thrilled when I get to see them.
Oh no, she is the miracle of miracle. The thing is, when you talk about evolution in this other context, and this is Hana Bear, this is the love of our lives.
Hey, Hana Bear. So how did Hana Bear? Hana Bear just appeared on the screen. Did she just walk to you, or was she handed off?
Both. She was dropped off by the table, and she came over because she knows exactly what I'm doing. She's 14 months of age. She knows exactly what I'm doing, and she would be very displeased if she did not get to say hi, if she did not get to meet you, if she did not get to reach out to everybody who's watching her. And she had just woken up from her nap, but she wouldn't have it. I know. She's looking at the mouse, which is very exciting to her. She wouldn't have it anywhere. They come in, Greg, wired differently.
I know they do. I have none of my own. I get to be around others that do, and I'm still in awe. I'm still in awe. And we were talking about this off camera. There are many people locked in an old idea that there are too many people on the earth, and what the new data is showing is just the opposite is happening right now, that our fertility rates globally have dropped like a rock. They already have, and that it's becoming more difficult to conceive. It takes more times to conceive, and there are
she is a miracle baby. Three miscarriages and lost her twin sister in utero.
I was just going to say the number of miscarriages to arrive at a successful conception is increasing. So she is a miracle, and I am loving that she's here with us today. Hey, beautiful.
Hello.
Hey, beautiful.
Can we say hi? Hello.
Congratulations to you and your wife. I don't know how you find time to do what you're doing now. I would spend all my time with her.
Are you really trying to flip upside down right now? Is that what you're trying to do? No? Okay. We don't look at this. Okay, here you go. When we look at this,
so you got to ask her all the questions you're asking me. She's going to have good answers.
She's going to have good answers, and more than that, I think she's able to point out the bullshit. Even at 14 months of age, I think she's able to see through things. And so if we look, and I want to bring it back to the pyramids, I want to bring it to Atlantis and Antarctica, and I know it precedes that and precedes that and precedes that and precedes that because we have such collective amnesia, whether that's deliberate or otherwise. But I'm sure she could see this story, just like she's looking at a little hardcover book. I'll go, that's a story. That's made up. What you're telling me is made up. That's not the truth. So what do we know about past civilizations, and what are you convinced is not made up?
Well, that's, we could do the whole program based on, I'm actually speaking at a conference in 2 weeks, Ancient Civilizations Conference in Gaia. As a geologist, I'm speaking. So what we know is when I was in school, again, back in the 1950s and 60s, early 70s, and interestingly, they're teaching the same thing today, Michael, exactly the same thing. We're taught that civilization's about 5,000 years old, that it began in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley around 5,500 years ago, Sumeria, Mesopotamia, and things like that. And that's the story that's pretty much dialed in. And that's what everyone is mainstream. They're teaching our kids this stuff today. The problem is there have always been archaeological discoveries that didn't fit into that 5,000 years. And so those are called anomalies. And so what happens is that the scientists, historians will say, okay, these are anomalies. We'll come back and we'll figure these out later. Well, what has happened now is there's so many anomalies. The anomalies are telling a new story unto themselves. And what they're showing is that 5,000 years from Sumeria forward, that's the history, you know, Rome and Greece and, you know, India and, you know, so much of the things that the Mayan, the Aztec, you know, Incan, all of that stuff fits into that 5,500 years. What we now know is that 5,000 years is only the most recent 5,000-year cycle. And there was a 5,000-year cycle before that, and another one before that, and another one, at least 5 of these 5,000-year cycles.
Going back up the section.
So it's linked to cosmological processes, but it's also linked to geological processes. So, for example, as a geologist, I know that what history now is showing is that something happened on Earth between 12 and 13,000 years ago, the BP, before present. There was a catastrophe on Earth, and it's called the Younger Dryas. And that the climate changed abruptly. We went from a warming into a deep freeze that happened so quickly. People seen this. Woolly mammoths were frozen in the middle of a mouthful of food. The food is still in their mouths. They were frozen in the middle of a step. This isn't a gradual change. This happened very, very quickly. Well, what's interesting is that if we look back another 13,000 years, we see something similar happening again. These are 12 and 13,000 year cycles that appear to be driven by processes underneath our feet. It's the relationship between the core of our planet, the mantle of our planet, volcanic activity, how it influences climate and weather, magnetic fields, all of that. The point is, it is cyclic, and the cycles appear to be driven by something beyond our Earth in the cosmos. So we are living rhythms that are not commonly acknowledged because our society doesn't think in terms of cycles like that. So when you talk about civilization, the most recent cycle of 5,000 years is the one that we're most familiar with. Unfortunately, Michael, what happens is through the catastrophic events, when the climate changes, when the ice melts and the sea levels rise and the volcanic ash falls and the floods happen, evidence of previous civilizations is hidden. And unless we know where to look, we only find them occasionally and by accident, and that's what has happened in the past. So we've got Göbekli Tepe.
Yes,
in Turkey. Yeah, that now goes back over into the last ice age. So it falls into this, not 5,000, but now 10,000 years and before that. We've got the Gulf of Khambhat in India, 3 miles long, 5 miles wide. It's under the water, 120 feet underwater. It's an entire city in the place where the Hindu traditions and the Vedas say the gods had their city, and everybody thought it was make-believe, and now it was discovered by accident, but it's there. It doesn't fit the model. Now we're looking, climate change is melting the ice on the North and South poles, including Antarctica, and now the satellites are showing complex structures under the Antarctic ice. These aren't like hunting huts. These are vast, complex structures. They're under the ice. The ice peaked 20,000 years ago. So the question is, who was building vast, complex structures before the ice was there 20,000 years ago? And now you're looking back into even deeper cycles. So this is the problem that scientists have, is that the evidence doesn't fit the story that they're telling. And I have friends in academia, and I asked them, I said, you know, why won't you share this stuff with your students? And they don't want to. They just say, Greg, you don't understand. You know, they say if we share the new information, it invalidates a 40-year career as a historian. And I said, no, just the opposite. What it does is it shows that science is valid because science is not static. It's not a static way of knowing. It's dynamic. It needs to be constantly updated as we discover new things to update. And then there are the political issues, and there's the power and the control issues. There are religious issues. For example, I'll just give you a perfect example. My first trip to Egypt was 1986. And it was at that time that seismic work was being done underneath the Sphinx, identifying the chambers that are in a vast complex underneath the Giza Plateau. And it was all being kept under wraps. And I asked my dear Egyptian brother, who no longer is in this world, I asked him, I said, why can't you share this with the world? And he said, Greg, you don't understand. He said, we're a Muslim country. And I said, well, I know that. He said, well, in our tradition, Earth is only 6,000 years old. What would it mean if the evidence to show that we're looking at civilizations 15 and 20,000 years old appears in a Muslim country? What would that mean for us? He said, we will at some point have to reveal it. But he said, we have so many problems now, we don't need to add to the problems with this one. And so we don't talk about it. And unfortunately, that's one example. Something similar is happening in the Christian traditions. We have disclosure going on right now about our relationship to intelligence from beyond this world. The Jesuits, who are the scientific arm of the Catholic Church, had to come out. They had a conference and they came out with a statement. Now, I didn't know we were going to do this, so I'm going to do this from memory, but it's pretty close. What they said was, from the Catholic perspective, it is not in opposition of Catholic doctrine for life to exist beyond the earth. So they're kind of covering themselves. They're not saying it does, but if it does, the church is okay with it. And because they say God could have placed his creations in many different places. So, there's just different perspectives of why we don't want this information to come to light. The problem is it is coming to light. And that we don't know how old civilization is because we have evidence that keeps pushing it back further and further and further. And if you look at a map, superimposed on the map, they fit into these cycles that are driven by geologic processes.
So let's go there. Thank you so much, Greg. Let's go there for a minute. And you were talking about the Earth's core coming to a halt a few months back. What are the processes going on? And the question that everybody is asking right now, we're going to take it from a different angle from science right now, is this civilization, if there's been civilization going collapsing, and we don't know where that even started, we can say, okay, 200K, we appeared here from somewhere, so it probably wasn't before that. But are we doomed?
I believe we're not. And I'll preface what I'm going to say by saying I'm an optimist. And I'm also a realist. Michael, and I believe that in this iteration of our humanness, we have things that those before us did not have. We now have a technology and we have a knowledge that gives us an evolutionary edge that our ancestors may not have had. And I'm not saying that those civilizations weren't advanced. I think they were tremendously advanced in different ways. Technology means different things to different civilizations. And I believe that we have the knowledge and we have the technology. The two questions that remain is, from that knowledge, will we develop the wisdom to apply what we know in a meaningful way? And the second question is, do we love ourselves enough to embrace the deep truth of the beautiful history that is ours?
Thank you.
Do we love ourselves enough to be honest with ourselves about who we are and where we've come from, so that we don't make the mistakes and that we don't succumb to the cataclysms that have taken entire civilizations in the past? And I'm just going to say, we won't have to wait long to find the answer.
Oh, that's so true. And that's my whole job, my raison d'etre right now, my reason for being is to set ourselves free from all of these
Speak your mind.
We can call it the Matrix, we can label it whatever we want, but to remember who and what we truly are. Because when we understand that, then we link arms hand in hand as brothers and sisters and step forward, rather than saying leaders to somebody up there or in Washington or who knows where, please save us, because that ain't going to happen.
Well, what's happening right now, and again, this is why I prefaced what I said earlier, this conversation isn't happening in a vacuum. There's a context, and the context is that we are living a time unlike any time in our 5,000 years of recorded human history. We're living the convergence of a number of cycles. Some of them we know about and some we don't. Obviously, we're living a climate cycle right now. That is enough to turn everything upside down if it were happening alone, but it's not. We're also living a cycle of human conflict. Human conflict appears to be driven largely, and you can map this out. The magnetic fields of our planet, when they are low, we are more aggressive, and that's when we have the big wars. When they are high, we are more willing to cooperate, and we are when peace happens, and we are living right now. The year 2020 was the peak of a weak cycle, actually the trough of a weak cycle. However, 2020 we were in lockdown. And so I think
May his name be ever remembered.
After what he has done, why treat him with such respect?
He was Drakthir, and his memory will be a lesson. Instead of helping our people heal, he led many to despair and ruin, chasing the illusion of Neltharion's power.
If only Sarkareth had taken Deathwing's tragedy to heart, and understood that his legacy was poisoned long ago.
It is time for the Drakthir to make our own path.
Where do you hope it will lead?
Far from the shadows of the past that have haunted us, and free to build a legacy of our own. To a future you inspired me to believe in, Abyssian.
Even the most painful moments have something to teach us.
Neltharion was my teacher, my father, and my commander. I aspired to lead the flight as he would have, unable, or perhaps unwilling, to acknowledge the true malignancy of his vision.
I never knew Neltharion. Only Deathwing, invading my nightmares, reveling in the certainty that I would become as twisted as he was.
That is not who you are, my brother.
I thought my destiny was to guide our flight to its future.
Nor shall I seek that mantle.
It would seem your days of hiding are over for good.
I am humbled. May your trust and faith in me guide my every step. For today, we emerge from all the shadows that sought to sow doubt and shame within us. The Black Dragonflight's legacy is ours to create. I am glad you are here.
it was delayed. We're now living what could have happened 2 years ago. Obviously, there's a lot of conflict in the world right now, but the beauty of knowing that is that we're also living the greatest opportunity for peace. And when we look at the way conflict is plotted on against the cycles of magnetics for our planet that are driven by solar processes and cosmic processes as well, we see that the beginnings and the ends of the great wars have always come at the top, at the peaks and the bottoms of these cycles.
So does that mean, just to interrupt for a brief second, there were supposed to be peaks in solar cycles or solar flares around 2025 that we're now told may be coming toward the end of 2023? Is that related to this?
Well, it's all related. We're moving into, we are coming out of a solar minimum and a very quiet solar cycle. And the sun is becoming more active sooner than it was predicted to have become. What they thought was going to happen in like 2027, they're saying now, the number of sunspots and the number of flares that we have right now are preceding where the predictions were. And they said that it's not going to last until that long. We're 24, 25, I think we're going to see a lot of activity around that. So that's another cycle. We're also living the convergence of an economic cycle. We are at the 13,000 year mark from the last 13,000 year cataclysm that typically is driven by geophysical processes under our feet, and we can talk about those specifically. But what they do is they create an uptick in volcanic activity and supervolcanoes, and that is what changes the climate on the planet for years and years and years. That's what's led to the decline and the loss of many civilizations in the past. When the climate changes, for example, the volcanic activity spews sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. It effectively blocks sunlight for years. When Mount Pinatubo erupted, the estimates are about 170 million metric tons of sulfur dioxide were thrown up into the atmosphere, and Earth's temperature dropped 1 degree Celsius for about a year just from that. So these are the things that when that happens, that means there's more ice that forms. The ice takes over forests that we use to produce the oxygen that we need, to absorb the carbon dioxide. It's a whole. So let me just say it this way. We live in a holistic system that is rarely acknowledged in mainstream science. We talk about the atmosphere as if it were an isolated system. We have the atmosphere, certainly. We have what's called the cryosphere, and that's the ice on the planet. We have the hydrosphere, those are the oceans on the planet. We have the lithosphere, and that is the rock under our feet. And these are all interrelated, and we cannot have something happen in one that doesn't affect all of the others. That's a problem because we've got the arrogance of scientists who are geoengineering this planet without understanding. We have the arrogance of knowing just enough technology to have an effect, but not understanding the deep truth of the interrelated nature of those systems, just the way the arrogance of the scientist wants to engineer the human body without fully understanding the interconnected nature of the human body and the field around us and the role of DNA. It all comes down to, we know just enough to mess things up. And in my opinion, there are some things we shouldn't be messing with, and those are two of them: the human body and the atmosphere of our planet.
Yeah, the atmosphere of the planet. When they talk about geoengineering, that one is but bring it. All of what you say is that way. But that one gets me, like the recent discussions and the quote unquote discussions in the White House, and you're going, oh my gosh. Going full circle, though, you said something fascinating. No, you said everything fascinating, Greg. But
I'm happy to know something was fascinating. Your daughter looks interested, so I've got an audience.
Yeah, and she just keeps on saying, just feed me. I'm listening. I'm taking this all in. There's an intelligence here that gets to be addressed. And I'm not talking about God. We could call it the field, but it was interesting that you said these wars take place at a magnetic minimum, but we're coming out of that, so it was suppressed, and now it's coming out now. But that solar activity that wasn't going to be around till maybe 2027 seems to be coming earlier. And to me, what I hear is, There's an intelligence behind this. The universe is alive, and she's bringing things about at a specific time for a specific reason. And so if things go off balance here, there's a natural tendency to try to bring them back to balance.
You could think of it that way, and it's layers upon layers, Michael, and it depends on how deep people really want to go. As a scientist, I'm a systems thinker, so I tend to go after, and I always have all my life. I tend to go after the big picture first to understand the mechanism, and then I let that go and zero in on the nanosecond of my life to figure out where I fit into that big picture. So the big picture is that we live in a dynamic system. We've been taught that it's a static system. We've been taught that the climate should always be what it was 20 years ago, and if it's not, that something is broken. And that simply is not true. And as a geologist, I can go back into the geologic record. We appeared 200,000 years ago. I can go back 400,000 years ago, and I can show you the same cycles and where we are in those cycles. And there were no humans that were causing it, no industry during that time. Do we know? I want to be really clear. We need to stop burning fossil fuels. We need to go clean. We need to go green, and we're not causing the climate to change. If we had no fossil fuels, the climate would still be, we're adding to it. We're definitely, we have to say we're adding to it because we're kicking stuff into the air, but we're not what's making it. And this is a problem because when we eliminate all the fossil fuels and the climate change continues, a narrative is in trouble. And what do you do with that narrative? And I think that's one of the problems with disclosure right now. Disclosure is going to reveal sources of energy that make fossil fuels obsolete. When we stop burning them and the climate does not change, what do you do with that narrative? And that's a whole conversation unto itself.
Well, it brings up the pyramids and maybe what the pyramids were originally intended for, because they don't look like they do today. And my assumption is they had everything to do with energy.
They do, and probably not the way that we expect today. And I'll say something that I don't want to upset your audience, and I also want to be honest, truthful, and factual. Because I've recently been at conferences where people were clamoring for Tesla energy. Why, if only we had Tesla energy? I believe there's a beautiful balance and a symmetry in the universe, and that there is an intelligence that guides and directs us, whether we're aware of it or not. Michael, we actually dodged a bullet by not having Tesla successfully implement his technology early in the 1900s. And I'll tell you exactly why. Tesla's technology was based on what's called broadcast energy. And many of the pyramids were assumed to be that as well. Broadcast energy is where you transmit tremendous amounts of energy into the atmosphere for other people to pick up with an antenna and download into their home. Well, if you think that cell phone microwaves are bad, and microwave energy and 5G is bad, I'll just give you an example. If we had Tesla technology today, we could not have high-rise buildings made of steel girder construction, because the steel girders would be the antenna that would resonate with that energy. We couldn't have expansion bridges like the Golden Gate Bridge. We couldn't do that. Tesla proved a very powerful point. I have his lab notes from 1899 in Colorado Springs. I used to belong to the Tesla Society when I was working in the defense industry. I was also in the Tesla Society.
And how long were you in Colorado Springs? I lived in Springs till 2000.
Well, I didn't live there. I was working in Denver during the Cold War years on the Star Wars Defense SDI. It was a crazy program. But I would go down to the Springs because that's where the Tesla Society would meet every year. And we had, working replicas of his devices and his lab notes. The big experiments that he did where you see the sparks flying off of the coils, those were done in 1899 and 1900, right there in Colorado Springs. And what he did in those, he's an amazing man. I mean, I have deep reverence and tremendous respect for him, is that he proved that Earth is a resonant body. And he found Earth, when those sparks happen, is when resonance was achieved. And so he proved that. And all the electricity we have today is from his technology, the transformers that he built using his coils to hold us over until another form of energy was developed. That he never intended his technology to be in place and last for over 100 years, and that's where we are right now. However, if we had what's called broadcast energy, we couldn't wear some of the jewelry that we have. We couldn't have a society based in the way, and by the biological consequences of having that kind of an electrical charge in the atmosphere constantly. A lot of studies have been done around it. So I'll just say that I don't think it's an accident that we didn't implement that form of wireless energy. What will happen from disclosure is not that kind of energy. It's the kind of energy that literally taps the little vibrations in the Planck field. The field that surrounds us is made of little tiny, micro, beyond, it's below the Planck scale. So little elements of vibration tapping into those and then amping them into a useful range where everyone will have a little device. You'll have one in your home somewhere, and that energy will be what's driving everything in your home. You have a little one in your car, in place of an internal combustion engine. That's what will come from the disclosure. And a lot of people think it will destroy entire industries. We will still need oil because there are over 6,000 applications in our everyday lives that cannot be. Oil out of the ground is one of the most beautiful elements. It's a compound that cannot be replicated in the laboratory. We cannot make true synthetic oil. You can fake it to some degree. And we use over 6,000 applications in our daily lives. It's so precious. We need to stop burning it. That's the whole point. We need to stop burning it. And we will. And it will change industry, and there will be new industries that emerge around these new technologies. But I want to come back to the whole context for this conversation, Michael. None of it is in a vacuum. There is a movement going on. There's a battle for our humanness. Ultimately, I think it boils down to a battle of good and evil, light and dark, if you want to reduce it down to that level. Not religious, not even spiritual necessarily. There are forces out there. And we are the prize. We are the prize. And all the stuff that we're talking about, they're all facets, but ultimately it's all about us, our divinity, and whether or not we give our humanness away to the machines, which means we no longer have our divinity. What is divinity? Divinity, my wife's a musician as well, and she was at the Grammys earlier this year in Los Angeles. And every musician that you speak to, whether it's at the Grammys or anywhere else, they'll all tell you the same story. When they create something that is so powerful and beautiful, and you ask them, where did that music come from? Or where did that song come from? To a T, every one of them will say, it's not from me. They'll say it came through me. I had to be healthy enough, and I had to keep my life together enough, and my relationships and my body together enough to be able to access this beautiful thing that came through me. That's our divinity. It is our imagination, our creativity. It is the ability to sense beauty and to have compassion for other forms of life. And this is something that AI cannot have, and I don't think it will be able. AI is smart, it is efficient, it is logical, absolutely. It doesn't have these human qualities. And I don't think it will be able to for this reason. AI is only possible because humans have built the algorithms that run the AI. Humans have yet to come to terms with their own humanness. Humans have yet to truly understand who we are and our relationship to the world around us. There is a thinking in the transhuman movement, Michael, that consciousness can be reduced to ones and zeros and stored on a computer chip, and that when you die, you can take that chip and download it into another form of life, and you come back to life as you. What they're missing is that the consciousness is not in the brain. It's not in the neurons. The consciousness is in the field. And the neurons are the antenna that access that consciousness like the antenna of a TV set used to access that station broadcast in the field. And until we come to terms with those kinds of relationships, Brian Greene, I have tremendous respect for Brian Greene, the physicist. I just saw an interview with him. And he believes, and he stated that he believes that consciousness, we will ultimately
It's good fortune seeing you. Spirits bless you.